Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Beast Tide. After the few people rested, they didn't rest for too long. Inspired by 11, they decided to continue catching earth rats for cultivation. For the sake of their future, they had to let the earth rats go. However, before they had time to leave, the loudspeaker of the village committee of Bakesy Village suddenly sounded. The broadcast was so loud that Shiyu and others who were far away from the center of the village could hear it clearly. At this time, hearing the content of the broadcast, Shiyu and others changed their faces. All villagers, please pay attention. All villagers, please pay attention. The city has issued a yellow warning signal for beast tide. The city has issued a yellow warning signal for beast tide. There are already a certain scale of ferocious beasts gathering inside the city wall, and the scale is escalating. Please all departments and individuals make corresponding preparations according to the defense guidelines. Fuck. Surrounded by the voice, Chen Kai couldn't help but vent his emotions, and Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing also had obvious confusion and tension on their faces. Beast tide? Several people are familiar with the term beast tide. Pingcheng district was rebuilt 10 years ago because of a beast tide. Although everyone was still young at that time, it was impossible for them not to know about this kind of thing. The beast tide is coming again? It's bad. When the four people were confused, the farmer who was patrolling the farmland ran to them. Children, the situation today is special. Why don't you go back first, uncle? What's the matter with the broadcast just now? Shiyu asked. I don't know, but it should be the animals on the snow mountain getting restless again. Yellow warning. It sounds quite serious. If the situation escalates, we may have to evacuate here. The uncle was also confused, but looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be panicked. At this time, Shiyu also reacted, and it was indeed not time to panic. Unlike 10 years ago, a high wall has been built between Pingcheng district and the dozen or so towns below and the snow mountain. Inside and outside the wall are the beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Association. They are the first line of defense against the beast tide. The so-called warning is just to remind the residents of the surrounding towns and does not mean that there will be real danger. If there is really a danger of breaking the city, it will not be as simple as a yellow disaster warning. Why don't we go over and take a look? Chen Kai suggested. Bingyan City is located on the edge of the border. Its subordinate Pingcheng and the towns around Pingcheng are next to snow-capped mountains full of ferocious beasts. This is why only Pingcheng and the two surrounding counties were the first to bear the brunt of the beast tide 10 years ago. What are you looking at? At this time, there must be cordons inside and outside the city walls. Wouldn't it be troublesome if you go there? Zhuang Yu said. Let's go back first, Shiyu said. Although it seems that nothing will happen, the atmosphere is tense at this time. It is better not to play whack-a-mole leisurely here and cause trouble for others. Whack-a-mole can come at any time. It is more important to go back to the Beast Tamer Association and ask what the beast tide warning is about. The other three nodded. Now they don't have a strong desire to play whack-a-mole. After packing up, they quickly returned to Pingcheng. Bingyan City, Pingcheng District, Beast Tamer Association. After completing the whack-a-mole mission, the few people explained the warning of Bakesy Village to the staff at the front desk of the mission hall and asked what was going on. The front desk staff shook his head and said, I don't know much about it either, but it seems that this is not the first time this month. The previous 2 times were blue warnings. Is it yellow this time? Shiyu and others seemed very confused about this answer. It was equivalent to saying nothing. Chen Kai was about to continue asking something, when suddenly, someone called his name in the distance. Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu. The voice came from a distance, which made Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu's body shudder and subconsciously turned back. Shiyu and Yu Jingjing also looked over and found that a beastmaster with a loyal and honest appearance and glasses came in at the door. The other party was only in his 30s, but his hair looked a little sparse, and he should be a strong man. Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu said. Why are you here? This person is a teacher at Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu's school. I'm nearby. I just saw you chatting in the group, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect to meet you. Just now on the way back, Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu shared the yellow warning of the beast tide with their classmates in the class group. Unexpectedly, the diving teacher saw it. So you guys are chatting in a class group with a teacher. Shiyu looked at this group of strange students and thought, shouldn't it be normal for students to create a group without a teacher to play alone? If you do this, it will be difficult for group members to drive. Who are these two? The person called Teacher Zhang looked at Shiyu and Yu Jingjing. Chen Kai said, they are my friends, beastmasters from other schools. Teacher Zhang smiled and nodded. You are talking about the strange beast tide warning. Yes, teacher. Is the situation serious this time? Will it not happen again like before? Chen Kai knew that his teacher was a professional beastmaster and should know more inside information, so he asked immediately. It's too noisy here, let's go out and talk, Teacher Zhang said. Several people had no objection, left the mission hall, and began to walk around the buildings around the Beastmaster Association. Although he didn't know this Teacher Zhang, Shiyu, who wanted to know what was going on, followed him. If there is really danger, I have to prepare in advance and take 11 to escape to the city. Otherwise, houses around the city center are expensive. Self-built houses in the countryside or even in the suburbs are cheap, but they are also close to the wilderness, which is too dangerous. On the stone path, Teacher Zhang looked at the group of young children and said, you don't have to worry too much, it's very different now than it was 10 years ago. The protective facilities around the snow mountain are very good, even if there is real danger, the Beast Tamer Association will react quickly. If the Pingchang Association is not strong enough to defend, the Beast Tamers in the city will come. If the Beast Tamer Corps in the city cannot defend, the Beast Tamer Corps in the surrounding cities will quickly provide support. At present, the creatures on this snow mountain are no longer enough to pose a threat to Bingayan City, Chen Kai asked. So, teacher, what you mean is that the beast tide may appear again. At present, it is only a small-scale gathering of ferocious beasts, far less powerful than the sudden mutation 10 years ago, Zhuang Yu said. What's the reason? Aren't those ferocious beasts all ice creatures? They should prefer the environment of snow mountains compared to cities. The book says that food and resource shortages and excessive competitive pressure are the main reasons for the beast tide. Shiyu looked in the direction of the snow mountain. But this shouldn't be the main cause of the beast tide in the snow mountain. After all, beast tides caused by this reason are generally very frequent and have signs, and will not happen suddenly like 10 years ago. Teacher Zhang looked at Shiyu, nodded and said, that's right, but we don't know the exact reason. The fuse of the beast tide 10 years ago is still an unsolved mystery, but if we talk about guessing, there is already an answer within Icefield City. Do you know the history of Icefield City? Several people shook their heads. It's not really history, after all, it hasn't been fully confirmed, and it's just speculation at the moment. According to archaeological discoveries, there should have been no snowy mountains around Bingayan City 2,000 years ago. This was the territory of a fairly developed beastmaster tribe in the ancient country at the time. But later, an ice dragon flew from afar and landed on the surrounding mountains. This ice dragon is so powerful that even if it just lived nearby, it indirectly triggered the advent of the Little Ice Age, making this beastmaster tribe miserable. Afterwards, this beastmaster tribe decided to expel the ice dragon. They formed a crusade department and waged a protracted war with the ice dragon in the mountains. It is said that this snow mountain was formed at that time. Shiyu asked, which side won? Teacher Zhang said, it should be the Beastmaster tribe that won. There is an ice dragon relic on the snow mountain. It is said that the ice dragon's bones are sealed inside. It was sealed by the Beastmasters at the time. Even now, the dragon's might can be heard from time to time around the ruins, but 2,000 years have passed. Even the ice dragon should have completely died. There is a speculation that the sealed ice dragon has turned into a spirit and is influencing the beasts in the snow mountain. The dragon's might causes the beasts to lose their minds and retaliate against the city. Shiyu and others looked towards the snow mountain again. Ice dragon spirit? This is the first time they have heard of this. Teacher Zhang pointed to a stone giant statue not far ahead and said, do you see that? That is one of the ancient artifacts excavated by archaeologists. It is said that the stone giant is the totem of that tribe. As they chatted, they had already walked to a huge park. In the center of the park is a stone giant statue. The stone giant is an elemental supernatural life, another kind of pet. It is placed here to increase the historical heritage of the Pingchang Association and make it look more historical. That tribe used this thing to defeat the ice dragon. Chen Kai looked at the stone statue. He hadn't noticed it before. He thought it was a decoration, but he didn't expect it to be an ancient artifact from Bingayan City. Shiyu and the others all focused their eyes on the stone giant statue. As they stared at it, Shiyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His brain suddenly roared, and his telepathic talent seemed to take effect passively. He heard some strange voice. "It's not like this, it's not like this." This sudden voice made Shiyu shudder. However, he looked around and found that Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai and others were normal. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Shiyu looked back at the stone statue. His face turned pale. Don't tell him that the sound came from this stone statue. Is he going to turn into light too? This stone statue has no signs of life at all. Can telepathy only hear the voice of living things? If the stone statue is abnormal, it will not be placed here. It's not like this. Shiyu can still hear the voice. Thanks to the leader of Yu Qingguang. Chapter 27. Listening to the voice of history. Shiyu was sure that he heard this sound. And that feeling was just like when he used telepathy. He searched and locked onto the object that made the sound. It was definitely the stone statue. However, no matter how he looked at it, the stone statue did not look like a supernatural life. It was just an ordinary stone statue made by the ancients according to the appearance of the stone giant. Could it be a spirit? Impossible. If it evolved into a supernatural life, it would have been noticed by other Beastmasters long ago. The flow of people here is not small. In a place like the Beastmaster Association, high-level Beastmasters can be seen everywhere, and there are also a lot of Beastmasters with telepathic talents. A wild supernatural creature cannot hide. This stone statue has been here for at least a few years. After the sound disappeared, Shiyu was still observing. He observed for a moment, but still found nothing. This is just an ordinary stone statue, made of ordinary stone. This kind of dead object, it is common sense that telepathy cannot communicate, unless telepathy has unknown uses that he does not know. Let's stop here. I have something else to do later, so I'll leave first. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to worry about the beast tide. Even if the legendary ice dragon is resurrected, our beastmasters can fight it, Teacher Zhang said to the others with a smile. In ancient times, dragons were unattainable creatures, but in modern times, dragon tamers have long become a profession. Although rare, it is not that far away. Okay, thank you Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai said. Shiyu also thanked him, and then, after a few people said goodbye, Teacher Zhang left here, leaving Shiyu and the other four looking at each other. Are we going back to play whack-a-mole? Chen Kai asked. No, let's talk about it later, Shiyu said. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Are you in a hurry? Can you have a meal before leaving? Very urgent. Originally, Chen Kai and the others wanted to invite Shiyu to have dinner together in the evening before leaving, but Shiyu left in a hurry, so the four of them just dispersed. In the end, Chen Kai and his team didn't even get Shiyu's contact information. There was no way. Shiyu didn't buy a mobile phone, which was more than 10 times more expensive than on Earth, and he couldn't afford it for the time being. If you want to find Shiyu, you can only leave a message on the Beast Tamer Association. The difference between the two worlds is that on Earth, it is very difficult to buy pandas, tigers, and elephants, but it is easy to buy common technology products. Here, the full price of a ferruginous beast is not as expensive as the house price in the city, but the technology products are much more expensive. After the separation of several people, Shiyu went straight to the library in Pingchang to check some information. Unfortunately, until the evening, he didn't find what he wanted to know. However, although he didn't find what he wanted to find, he made Shiyu understand this world better. The history of this world can be roughly divided into 3 eras. The mythological era, the totem era, and the beast-taming era. The mythological era is said to be the era when the earliest group of mythical creatures born between heaven and earth ruled the planet. The totem era is the era when humans were born and survived in various ways under the territory of powerful creatures. The beast-taming era is the era when humans began to master the ability to taming beasts. This beast-controlling era can be divided into ancient and modern times. The turning point was more than 100 years ago, when 7 countries composed of humans jointly established an alliance. It is a very simple division of 3 eras, but due to some special reasons, there are many faults in the history of this world. For example, why the first batch of mythical creatures disappeared collectively is a historical fault phenomenon that does not know when it occurred. And what happened in Bingigan City 2000 years ago is obviously a history that people today have not yet explored clearly. Can't be curious, can't be curious, can't be curious. After coming out of the library, Shiyu kept repeating to himself. Can't be curious, can't be curious, Can't be curious, he forced himself not to think about these things. This is his old problem again. In his previous life, Shiyu was an archaeologist. Later, due to some special reasons, he came into contact with an unknown mythological system. Curiosity made him change his job to a mythologist. Then, going to various ruins and ancient sites, and following his teacher to explore this unknown mythological system became his daily routine. Then, he died. During the exploration, he encountered an accident, encountered a landslide, was buried alive, and then traveled here. Curiosity kills. Shiyu thought of himself who was obsessed with studying the history of unknown mythological systems at that time, and wanted to slap himself. Isn't it good to stay at home playing games and watching anime? Why go to various dangerous places for investigation and research? In short, now that he has traveled to this more dangerous world, Shiyu just wants to make himself live a more comfortable life within a safe range. This life must be enjoyed well. Although the history of this world seems to have more mysteries and a more realistic mythological system, Shiyu, will definitely not follow the old path of his previous life. Absolutely impossible. Pingchang Beastmaster Association, Park, under the stone giant statue. It was already dark at this time, and there were basically no other people in this park. Shiyu looked at the stone statue under the moonlight and asked, "Are you talking during the day? Are you refuting the history of that person?" That's not the case. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be refuting what Teacher Zhang said, but only Shiyu heard this rebuttal. "Brother stone statue, say something." Shiyu used telepathy to communicate with the stone statue. However, unlike during the day, the stone statue did not respond. "If you don't say anything, I'll leave." The stone statue remained indifferent. Shiyu fell into silence. Was he in a bad state? He recalled his mood when he looked at the stone statue in the afternoon. At that time, he had just listened to the history described by Teacher Zhang and became curious about that period of history. Since Teacher Zhang said that period of history was only speculated and not confirmed, Shiyu looked at the stone statue at that time, and his subconscious thought was to know what the real history was. It seemed that at that time, he heard the voice of the stone statue. "Tell me." Shiyu stared at the stone statue, and his mind subconsciously recalled his past visits to various sites, researching antiquities, and exploring the truth of history. "Tell me, I can return the truth to history." At this moment, Shiyu's thoughts were clear, and he really wanted to make the truth of this period of history public. At this moment, he didn't want to listen to the voice of the stone statue, but wanted to listen to the voice of history. He thought that his current state was very similar to that in the afternoon. At this time, he activated telepathy again, looking for that feeling in the afternoon. It seemed like the brain was roaring. Boom. The sound came, a boom, which made Shiyu's scalp numb. However, this sound obviously did not sound in his mind or heart, but exploded in his ears. He raised his head and opened his mouth, because the sky seemed to shake suddenly. Crack. Then, Shiyu was attracted by the stone statue again. This time, the stone statue did make a sound, but it was a cracking sound. Under his gaze, the stone statue cracked directly from top to bottom. Fuck, something happened. Shiyu turned around and left. He swore that he would be a dog if he touched his old profession again. This industry is too dangerous, more dangerous than a beast tamer. 11. Save me, thanks to the leader of Lani. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Icefield City Shock. July of the 177th year of the Alliance calendar. The recent abnormality of the fierce beasts in the Snow Mountain has made the Beastmaster Associations in Bingayan City alert. In particular, the professional Beastmasters of the Pingchang Beastmaster Association have long been in a state of preparation. The beast tide 10 years ago had already seriously damaged Pingchang's vitality. All parties in Bingayan City spent huge manpower and material resources to rebuild Pingchang district. This time, no matter what, the fierce beasts must not enter the city wall and cause damage again. In this state, the Beastmasters are naturally very sensitive to the movements of the outside world. Boom. It was during this urgent period that a huge air shock sounded over Pingchang district, and the strings in the hearts of some Beastmasters were directly clicked and broke. Damn, is the beast tide attacking the city? Why is there no news? Think of it, maybe it's just an earthquake. What happened? The sound was so loud that not only the Beastmasters, but also ordinary people could hear it clearly. Everyone subconsciously walked out of their homes and looked at the outside world. However, it was just a huge air shock sound, and there was no other abnormality after that. The Pingchang Beastmaster Association's high-rise headquarters, on the rooftop. A middle-aged man in a gray suit stood here, looking up at the sky that was shattered like a mirror, and fell into deep thought. President, what was that just now? Other districts, counties and city associations have also sensed the abnormality. The door to the top floor opened, and the tall secretary came anxiously. The impact of the movement on Bingayan City was unexpectedly large. Even other areas have sensed slight changes. The president in the gray suit said, I have only heard of this situation, and I am not sure if it is what I guessed. If it is not necessarily a bad thing. The entire Bingayan City was shaken to varying degrees, and even the changes here gradually spread out of Bingayan City and spread to other places. At this time, the protagonist who caused this incident has returned home nervously, wearing an apron and cooking. 11. Eat more, grow up quickly, this world is too evil, you have to become stronger to protect us. Xiaoshi Tishao took a pile of bamboo shoots in a daze. Although he didn't know what happened, Shiyu was unusually generous today. Great. Shiyu at home naturally didn't know the situation outside, but when he heard the discussions of passers-by on the road, he always felt that things were not that simple. The noise was a bit too loud. Ah, Shiyu, you are so talkative. What are you talking about with a stone? Now something has gone wrong. Before he figured out what was going on, Shiyu decided to stay at home honestly. Except for buying vegetables and medicine, he would not go anywhere else. When Shiyu made up his mind, a call came from the persimmon tree next to him. The green cottonworm in the birdcage saw that Shiyu gave the iron-eating beast so many delicious foods today, and immediately made a hungry request. You should eat more too, eat fatter, so that you can spit out more silk. Next, Shiyu also got a bunch of leftover leaves for the green cottonworm. Looking at the food, the green cottonworm also ate happily. It's much easier to serve than 11. Well, I finished cooking for them. Let's go to sleep first. I'm exhausted today. Shiyu hadn't recovered from the after effects of teaching supervision yesterday, and now this incident has happened again, which really made him lose energy. He planned to take a nap first, and tomorrow might be another day full of hope. After recovering, he will teach 11 skills and quickly strengthen its combat power. Name, Iron-Eating Beast, Attribute, Gold, Racial Level, Medium Extraordinary, Growth Level, Awakening Level 5, Skills, Hardening, Mastery, High-Speed Healing, Entry, Supervision, Entry. At present, 11's panel is still satisfactory to Shiyu. Among the 6 skills he has collected, there are still Deterrence and Absolute Sleep that have not been taught. These two are high-level skills, and the consumption must be greater. Shiyu plans to wait for a while. Next, it should still focus on strengthening the proficiency of the skills that have been mastered. The next day, Shiyu rested and recuperated. In order to make use of all resources, he released the green cottonworm from the birdcage, and assigned it tasks under the green cottonworm's confused expression. Today you will be in charge of sparring with 11. If you practice well, you can get extra food. Shiyu divided the yard into 2 areas, one for the green cottonworm and the other for 11. After piling the silk of the green cottonworm to the master level, the silk can actually be used in many ways. For example, silk ray. This technique is that the green cottonworm only condenses silk about the length of a finger in front of its body, and then shoots it out like an arrow with force, like a hidden weapon. Although with the current power, it can't even penetrate the clothes that Shiyu bought from the street stall, but the speed is still good. Under the shooting of the green cottonworm, the silk can whoosh from one end to the other. Moreover, the green cottonworm that has mastered the master level silk can also use the rays continuously, making the rays like dense rain of arrows. Shiyu made this arrangement, obviously wanting to use the silk to let 11 continue to practice the use of supervision. Whether it is to avoid small and inconspicuous high-speed rays, or to accurately judge the landing point of the rays, and to harden them in a small area in advance, it is a good training method. The most important thing is, it makes little noise. Shiyu knew that the blue worm had a low IQ, so he tried to communicate with it telepathically, and gave various examples. Blue worm, at in the end, Shiyu didn't know if it understood, but 11 did. 11 obviously thought this was a good way to train. It directly pulled up the blue worm and asked it to train with it. How can you sleep in a birdcage every day? The meaning of life lies in training, let's do it together. Chi, the blue worm made an innocent cry. Then, Shiyu went out with a smile to buy vegetables. During this process, he asked about what happened yesterday. Although he didn't know what happened, it was said that the Pingchang Beastmaster Association had currently suspended many of its operations and was heavily blocked. Tasks like whack-a-mole could not be done now. Shiyu was a little panicked. The broken stone statue in the park must have attracted attention. Wouldn't it find itself on him in the end? There were not many people at that time, and it was not popular to install cameras in this world, so it shouldn't. But Shiyu didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, this was a world with extraordinary powers. Before knowing what happened, I dared not surrender myself, and could only continue to pretend that I knew nothing. On this day, the presidents of the Beast Tamers Associations of various districts and counties in Bingayan City came to Pingchang District. Pingchang District, a valley somewhere. 9 master beast masters of different ages looked at the space portal formed by the crack spreading from the sky, with some amazement on their faces. It is indeed a secret space. It can also be said to be an ancient ruined space. In addition to these 9 people, there was a 10th person at the scene. The youngest of the 9 master beast masters was over 30 years old. Unlike them, the 10th person at the scene was very young. This was a woman in her early 20s with short brown hair. She wore a white shirt, a black short skirt, and a knee-length white research suit. At this time, her expression was cold, and her eyes under the glasses were particularly serious and focused. Dr. Lu, what do you think? Several people spoke with great respect. Lu Chengyu said, I once tried to decipher the ice dragon ruins, but unfortunately I failed. Now I have too little information to restore the truth of the history of the ice field. Now that this relic has appeared, perhaps the things inside can provide more information. By the way, when the relic fell yesterday, were there any other abnormalities in Pingcheng? The president of the Pingchang Beastmaster Association said, a stone statue in our association's park collapsed. The stone giant statue? Yes. Lu Qingyi's expression did not change, but he had a judgment in his heart. It seems that this relic space did not fall by accident, but someone touched the traces of history. Has another special telepathic talent who can listen to the voice of history appeared? Who is it? Chapter 29 Community Warmth. There was a lot of commotion in Pingchang District, so Shiyu tried to keep a low profile. Steady development, don't waste time. 2 days ago, Shiyu had planned to teach Chongchong to perfect silk proficiency first, and then sell the silk to make money early. After all, the lifespan of the green cotton worm is not long, and it may die one day. But now he has changed his mind, and he should improve 11's combat power first. After all, his life is also very short, and he may die one day. It's enough to have enough money for the time being. It's so sad to die without spending money. Strength is the most important. After recovering from the weakness of teaching supervision, Shiyu used the skill illustration on 11 again without saying a word. This time, the teaching was still supervision skills. Through the second supervision teaching, he successfully raised 11's skill proficiency of this ability to proficient level. In this process, 11's mental strength has also been slightly improved. The improvement of ability proficiency will also drive the growth of pets. As for which aspect of growth is driven, it is related to the attributes of the skills. At this moment, the benefits brought by the improvement of 11's mental power, in addition to allowing it to maintain supervision for a longer time and the opponent's movements in its eyes to be slower, it can also stay up late. That night, Shiyu held his chin in the moonlight, boredly watching 11 who was training seriously, and suddenly called it and asked, 11, why can you persist for so long? Whenever he saw this little iron beast working hard to train, Shiyu himself also wanted to meditate hard to upgrade the beast control space and improve his own beast control ability. However, he did not have the concentration of 11 at all, and could not persist at all. Every few hours of meditation, he wanted to do something else. Well, just like doing homework in the previous life, he ran around the world and explored various ruins. This kind of dynamic work made him like it. However, he liked it, but now Shiyu forced himself to be honest. The relatively safe environment on Earth was so bad that he had played too much. In this world full of dangers, it was not safe to stay in the city, let alone in the wild. Galulu, hearing Shiyu's question, 11 stopped, leaned against the tree hungry, and then fainted from exhaustion. Shiyu covered his forehead helplessly and couldn't help but praise him. However, this was normal. In most of the training sessions, 11 would end up fainting from exhaustion. Now that he had to practice a supervision skill that consumed his mental energy, it was undoubtedly easier for him to faint. Alice, Shiyu went to the kitchen to get some spare bamboo shoots, and then he opened the mouth of 11 lying on the ground and stuffed the bamboo shoots in. Click, click, click. 11, who was sleeping, ate while sleeping. He was gifted. After eating, he turned over with a happy face, and got up with difficulty to continue training. Stop, Shiyu pushed 11 to the bathroom. Next, Shiyu took great pains to clean 11, and then forced it back to the beast control space to rest. And he himself lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Damn, the beast control master was exhausted. The sun rose as usual on the second day. The sun rose as usual on the third day. On the fourth day, it was still world peace. Just like that. After chatting with the stone statue and finding out about the change, Shiyu has been staying near his home for a week. In addition to supervision, during this period, Shiyu also taught 11 high-speed healing once and hardening once. Now it is an invincible combination of skilled high-speed healing, supervision, and mastery hardening. Shiyu really wants to see if 11, who is currently only awakened to level 5, can defeat opponents who are several levels higher than him with full combat power. However, considering that opponents are difficult to find, forget it for the time being. Let's continue to develop. After thinking about it, Shiyu left home and went to buy supplements nearby. Because he was an old customer, the young doctor in the pharmacy was no longer surprised. He didn't even need Shiyu to ask, and he took the initiative to run to the counter to get the medicine. Friend, be moderate. I'm afraid of your purchase frequency. I think I'm still moderate. Shiyu took the supplement and said. At least he hasn't tried to teach high-level skills. He was afraid that the supplements in this pharmacy would not come back to him. Well, you're right, the young doctor nodded and said with a strange expression, I heard the day before yesterday that a student from the pharmacy in the south of the city directly moved several boxes of supplements back. That person is much crazier than you. Shiyu had just put away the supplements when his hands suddenly trembled. Damn, several boxes? So cruel. Don't tell him that the student's name is Chenkai. Students are too competitive these days. Shiyu sighed and said, by the way, why did the association block the city some time ago? Have you investigated the cause of the loud noise in the sky? The young doctor smiled and said, you've asked the right person. Let me tell you, although the specific situation has not been announced yet, it is very likely that Ping Chang will take off. Shiyu, detailed. After coming to buy medicine many times, Shiyu also knew that this young doctor was also a beast master, at the trainee level. So the other party was still quite concerned about this aspect. Rumor has it that a secret realm may have appeared, the young doctor said. Shiyu, secret realm? What is that? The young doctor said. You can think of it as another space that is independent of our current space. For example, our beast controlling space is actually an independent space. Hey, let me tell you this. The predecessor of the secret realm is actually the beast controlling space. Go on, Shiyu asked. After a week, is there finally some gossip? He has been waiting so hard. Now it doesn't sound like a crisis, otherwise the doctor wouldn't be so excited. Shiyu, who was so timid these days, thought he had released some monster, such as the monster Melba that caused the sky to collapse. How should I put it? There is a saying that after our beast master dies, the beast control space will also collapse, but after the death of some powerful beast masters, the beast control space may be preserved. Under the will of the beast master, an independent secret space is formed, which can also be said to be a small world. At this time, the secret space no longer has the effect of restraining extraordinary creatures. It is already a completely independent space. Any life form can enter. At this time, the environment inside is still suitable for the growth of individual pets according to the degree of development of the beast master during his lifetime, but it will be weakened compared to the beast control space. But even if it is weakened, it is still a treasure land with abundant energy and suitable for the growth of spiritual plants and pets. The beast control space of a powerful beast master, Shiyu asked. An ancient beast master? Well, it must be an ancient beast master. If we change to our current hierarchy system, that beast master has at least legendary strength, apprentice, professional, master, legendary. Legend is above master. If it is really a secret space, there must be many rare resources or pets in it. Even if there is nothing, it is a treasure land that can produce high-value resources for a long time. Now that this thing has appeared in Pingcheng, we must benefit the most here. If it is developed properly, the economy may develop soon. What if the pets in it are very powerful and ferocious? Shi Yu asked. After talking for a long time, there is still a possibility that there are monsters in it. The young doctor, well, there is no news about this at present, but we don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Even if there are those big shots, they can handle it properly. Shi Yu left. He left, and he left with peace of mind. Because from the information learned from the young doctor, the cracking of the stone statue does not seem to be a bad thing. However, how can a secret realm be summoned by chatting with an ancient stone statue? This has nothing to do with the truth of history. Or is there information related to the real history of the ice field in the secret realm? But in any case, it has nothing to do with him. I'm sorry, Big Brother Stone Statue. Although I promised you to return the truth to history, from the current situation, I can't get close to that secret realm at all. I'm sorry, I made you crack. A week has passed. After returning home, Shi Yu looked at 11 and the green cotton worm training in the yard and felt that he was safe. It is impossible to explore the secret realm. That thing sounds very dangerous. But, since he has promised others, Shi Yu can't go back on his word. When he has the strength, if there is still a chance, then he will talk about it. He smiled and looked at the sky. The weather was clear, so it was better to keep a low profile. Dong, dong, dong. Open the door, the community is sending warmth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Shi Yu's smile became even deeper. There is true love in the world. Knowing that he is an orphan, there is still warmth. It seems that there is no one. Prepare to explode. Shi Yu, 11, Green Cotton Worm? Chapter 30, Backstab from Talent. Wait, the community is sending warmth, but no one is ready to explode? This is too heartwarming. Shi Yu's heart was suddenly filled with iron-eating beasts. At the same time, 3 big words came to his mind. Exposed. Most likely, it was because he was finally discovered when he talked about a broken stone statue. For this result, Shi Yu had expected it. If the appearance of the secret realm really has a big impact, the reason will definitely be investigated. Although there are no cameras in places like the park, it is not difficult to find someone in such a world with extraordinary powers. Breath detection, divination and prediction, time travel. It is normal for some extraordinary creatures to master these strange abilities. I hate it. Shi Yu hated his curious personality. Next, he ran to open the door with a melancholy mood. If it is according to what the young doctor said, this incident does not seem to be a bad thing, and he has not done anything illegal. If the evidence is found on him, he can say whatever he wants. Finally open the door. Shi Yu opened the door, and a cold voice came from outside, which made Shi Yu stunned. Because outside, there were not a bunch of people from relevant departments blocking the way as he imagined. Instead, there was only one person. And this person was not the cold and arrogant elder sister of the street committee that he imagined, but a younger and more beautiful woman, probably in her 20s. Is this a wind demon lion? Shi Yu did not pay attention to her for too long. He was immediately attracted by the creature next to her. It was a wind demon lion that was ready to move. This wind demon lion seemed to be really ready to blow up the door. The wind demon lion is a creature similar to a lion dog. It is nearly 2 meters tall when sitting. It has fluffy white hair, majestic blue eyes, and black cloud patterns on its neck, limbs, body, and long tail, which is particularly domineering. Name, Wind Demon Lion. Attribute, Wind. Racial level, Skills. Because Shi Yu's level could not come into contact with higher-level extraordinary creatures, so when he was in school, he only memorized the information of extraordinary creatures. As for the Wind Demon Lion, it is obviously a higher-level creature. Shi Yu has only seen its picture, but did not pay attention to other information. However, among the race levels of extraordinary, commander, king, overlord, and myth, he guessed that the Wind Demon Lion's race should be at the commander level. Roar, the Wind Demon Lion smiled. Let me introduce myself, Lu Qingyi, a doctor of archaeology from Gudu University, a member of the Donghuang Archaeological Association. Lu Qingyi looked up at Shi Yu. I want to learn something from you. I hope you can cooperate. The woman smiled slightly. Doctor of Archaeology? Or Gudu University, one of the 9 major universities? Shiyu looked at the young girl and felt a pain in his liver. What a good girl, except that she is a little black-bellied. Why can't she think about it, and do something else? Archaeology has no future. Shiyu, unemployed vagrant, trainee beastmaster, please come in. After the other party introduced himself, Shiyu was completely sure of what happened. After he came to this world, the only thing related to archaeology that he had involved was the change of the stone statue. Shiyu opened the door and prepared to be tortured with a depressed heart. Next, Shiyu led Dr. Lu into the yard. At this time, the iron-eating beast had already folded the steel plates obediently and hid behind a tree to peek. The green cotton worm also went back to the birdcage, as if what happened had nothing to do with it. After entering the yard, Lu Chengyi and Fen Moshi first looked at the small iron-eating beast behind the tree and the green cotton worm in the birdcage. Then, they looked at Shiyu again. I'll be frank. The broken stone statue of the Pingchang Beastmaster Association has something to do with you, right? I have no ill intentions, you don't have to worry. I just want to know, did you hear the sound transmitted by the stone statue? Shiyu, is the stone statue alive? He asked this question in return, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with the other party's question. Lu Chengyi, no, the stone statue is a dead thing. Your talent is telepathy. According to your understanding, telepathy should only be able to communicate with living things. Shiyu nodded. He also checked it again, but unfortunately there was nothing new. However, there are exceptions to everything. Some dead objects that carry the beliefs, convictions, wills, and emotions of many living beings may give birth to spirits after being baptized by time. Spirit is an ethereal concept that has nothing to do with life, spirit, mind, or soul. The archaeological community calls it traces of history. This kind of trace can only be heard by a very small number of telepaths with special talents. Therefore, the beastmasters who have mastered this kind of telepathic talent are also called those who can listen to the voice of history by the archaeological community, Shiyu said. In other words, am I the one with special talent? Lu Chengyi nodded and said, being able to listen to the voice of history is a great talent. Throughout a long history, history has experienced many faults and countless truths have been buried. Relics are the main way for us modern people to understand history. However, these preserved relics are often protected by extraordinary powers, and it is very difficult to decipher and find them, and those who can listen to the voice of history are much more likely to find or decipher the key information of the relics than ordinary people. This time, because you touched the spirit of the stone statue, an ancient relic surfaced, which may be related to the truth of the history of the ice sheet. Shiyu had a bad feeling and asked, so the purpose of your visit is, Lu Chengyi, you are very talented and a natural archaeologist. I want to invite you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's impossible to do archaeological work again in this life. Wouldn't it be better to make a little money, raise a giant panda, find a beautiful girlfriend and raise a cute cat with her, and live happily and easily in a safe city? Sorry. I'm not interested in archaeology. I don't want to join any archaeological association, nor do I want to go to any archaeological university, Shiyu said very apologetically. Lu Chengyi asked in confusion, who said I want to invite you to join the archaeological association? Huh? No, it's a bit of a waste for you to join the archaeological association with your talent. At present, there are only 11 people in the entire ancient country who are known to be people who can listen to the voice of history, including you. There are fewer than the number of legendary beast masters and fewer than the number of guardian-level creatures in the country. Do you know what this means? It's another organization that invited you. Besides, you don't have to rush to refuse. Men are creatures who say one thing and mean another. Having this talent means that you must like this field, otherwise you can't listen to the voice of the stone statue. Lu Chengyi walked under the birdcage and looked at the green cotton worm. One sentence made Shiyu feel uncomfortable. Why can't you get rid of archaeology after traveling through time? Isn't your telepathic talent with thick eyebrows and big eyes very common? How can you backstab me? Chapter 31 Joining the Organization. Shiyu refused and resisted in his heart. If it weren't for the archaeology, he wouldn't have died. He had a shadow in his heart. Originally, it was like this at the beginning. However, what the other party said made Shiyu a little concerned. There are only 11 people in the entire ancient Zhongyuan kingdom who can listen to the voice of history, including himself. Rarer than legendary beast masters, rarer than totem guardian gods? He looked at the 11 behind the tree, and didn't expect that the national treasure was me. But why is it the number 11 again? How fate is there between me and 11? Shiyu temporarily put aside useless thoughts. What he thought was that since he was so rare, then in theory, if he joined this organization, would the treatment be very good? Now that it has been exposed, and the other party has come to the door and sincerely invited him, he can only learn about it. Then where do you want to invite me to join? What about the benefits? Shiyu was silent for a while and asked tentatively. Lu Chengyi smiled and said, of course the benefits are very good. Even if you become a legendary beastmaster, you won't have such good benefits. Basically, after becoming a formal member of the organization, your status will be higher than that of a legendary beastmaster. If you want to explore some ruins, it is not impossible to apply for huge resources and find a legendary beastmaster as a bodyguard. Shiyu opened his mouth slightly. The president of the Beastmaster Association in Bingagan City is just a top master, not yet a legendary level. Legendary level is a super level that can control overlord level creatures, and basically holds an important position in a first level city. Is the place that the other party wants to invite me to join so powerful? That's right. After all, according to what the other party said, those who master this talent are all high-end talents. Even the secret realm that a novice like me accidentally summoned has such great value, not to mention the skills of those professionals. It sounds like, it doesn't seem to be a loss to join. It's good to have the organization behind you, and you can take off directly. I was killed by archaeology in my previous life, and I started to rise from archaeology in this life. Shiyu was slightly moved, because the other party offered too much. It sounds very tempting to go from a small beastmaster who is not even at the professional level and has her loan to a legendary boss. If you join, what are the obligations you need to fulfill? Almost nothing. The organizational structure is very simple. Everyone is very free to act. The tasks are also freely chosen and will not be forced. Lu Chengyi looked up at the sky. Having said that, which beastmaster with such talent can stay idle? Whenever there is new information about mythological relics, those who can listen to the voice of history will definitely rush up at the first time to assist in exploration or become the leader of exploration. After all, serious people will not awaken this special ability at all. No, Shiyu was stunned. So relaxed? In other words, as long as you control yourself and don't do stupid things, even after joining, you don't have to go to any dangerous places to perform tasks? On the contrary, if you occasionally want to do stupid things and have needs, you can also apply for a large number of resources, bodyguards, and information? Shiyu was slightly moved again. So what is the name of the organization? The National Heritage Strategic Survey and Support Guarantee Bureau. According to the number, it can also be called the 11th Bureau. You can understand that the personnel of this organization are special personnel in the archaeological community, and the organization is a special department that specializes in dealing with various important relics. 11 again. Shiyu has gotten used to it, and the name can be ignored. After Lu Chengyi finished speaking, Shiyu fell into deep thought. The name of the organization sounds quite high-end, so do you want to join? After asking so many questions, the other party also came to the door, and he has such a special talent. It seems difficult to deal with the aftermath if he does not join. In this case, I'll join. In the end, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with joining. Since there is no restriction on freedom, in the end, whether to commit suicide or not depends on oneself, as long as one is more stable in doing things. He would not admit that he wanted to go back to his old job. Dr. Lu, are you also a member of the 11th Bureau? Yes, currently, including you and me, there are 11 people in the 11th Bureau. Welcome to join us. From today on, you are a reserve member of the 11th Bureau. Lu Chengyi smiled for the second time, as if Shiyu's answer satisfied her. There are too few talents in this field. Every time she explores the ruins, she feels that she is short of manpower. And now, with the discovery of a new person, Lu Chengyi feels that when Shiyu grows up in the future, she will have a tool person available. As the least experienced person in the 11th Bureau, she also wants to have a tool person available, instead of helping the teacher run errands every day and being a tool person herself. Reservation. On the other side, after Lu Chengyi finished speaking, Shiyu suddenly felt that he had been fooled. The other party talked for a long time, and the benefits seemed to be all for formal members. Yes, reserve. Every new member who joins the 11th Bureau must go through an assessment, and only after passing the assessment can he become a formal member. Shiyu regretted it, but the other party's next sentence made Shiyu nod immediately. In addition, your strength and ability are too weak at present. The organization will provide you with 10 million starting funds. Your first task is to grow up quickly. At least you must become a professional beastmaster and receive systematic archaeological knowledge learning. No problem, I guarantee to complete the task. When can the funds be received? Compared with the welfare benefits such as legendary beastmaster bodyguards, 10 million cash is obviously more tempting to Shiyu at present. With this money, what kind of green cotton worms can he cultivate? Plans can't keep up with changes. Bugs, goodbye, you are free. Tomorrow, Lu Qingyu said. Tomorrow your documents and funds will be in place, but unless there are special circumstances, I suggest that you don't expose your identity as a member of the 11th Bureau casually, otherwise, some foreign spies will make you annoyed to death. By the way, at present, only the 11th Bureau knows about the Pingcheng district ruins and your affairs. Next, before you become a formal member, I will be the contact between you and the organization. That's all I have to say. Shiyu nodded. Rest assured. He is not a high-profile person. There are only 11 people in the country who have such a talent. As an important talent who can crack the secrets of the ruins, it must be easy to be targeted, not to mention that he is so weak. I forgot to say the most important thing. Your assessment task is to investigate the historical truth of Bingin City. There is no time limit. After success, you can become a formal member. I have explored the Ice Dragon ruins in the Snow Mountain before, but I couldn't crack the mechanism due to the lack of key information. This time there are new Bingin ruins because of you. You may be the final one to break the game. Even if you have the talent to listen to the voice of history, you can't hear everything, but you need a certain opportunity to hear the traces of history. Lu Qingyi failed herself, but Shiyu succeeded. After investigation, Lu Qingyi can understand that Shiyu is a native of Bingin. It is normal for him to hear the sound. Shiyu's desire for the truth of Bingin must be deeper than hers. This assessment task is almost tailor-made for Shiyu. Let me investigate the truth of the history of Bingin City, Shiyu said, but can I access the newly arrived secret realm? Yes, this secret realm is a special type of relic. Even if you don't use your identity as a member of the 11th Bureau, there is a high probability that you can enter. As for what to do next, it is part of your assessment, Lu Qingyi said. Finally, as your recommender, I will give you a gift on my own behalf. In order to let Shiyu grow up quickly and become her assistant, she plans to pay his salary in advance. As for money, I think you don't need it for the time being. So, the skill secrets that the iron-eating beast can use, the special evolution method of the green cotton worm, and the high-level race pet cubs, what do you want? Chapter 32 3 Evolutionary Paths. That iron-eating beast cub should be your initial pet, right? As for this green cotton worm, is it an additional pet you raise? The gift that Lu Qingyi was going to give was selected based on these two pets. She had noticed the iron-eating beast and the green cotton worm a long time ago. The iron-eating beast was fine. Shiyu's information showed that his initial pet was an iron-eating beast, while the green cotton worm was a discovery outside the information. She could see that this green cotton worm should not have signed a contract with Shiyu, which means that it is currently in a wild state. Raising wild pets is actually nothing. In addition to the major breeding bases doing it, many beastmasters with telepathic talents like to do this. Some beastmasters are restricted by their levels and cannot contract more pets, but they want to cultivate more pets. The solution is also very simple, just don't contract. Anyway, with telepathic talents, you can communicate with wild pets without obstacles. As long as the relationship between the two parties is in place, the contract is dispensable. The only pity is that it cannot enter the beast control space and grow quickly. In Lu Qingyi's opinion, this green cotton worm should be the pet that Shiyu cultivated extra. Maybe he wants to raise it for fun, maybe he wants to cultivate it into a wind crystal butterfly for future contracts. At least from her current perspective, this green cotton worm is very well cultivated, the silk level should not be low, and there will be no problem in successfully evolving it. Shiyu is indeed a graduate of animal husbandry. Skill secrets. Evolution method. Pet cub. Shiyu would have been very satisfied if 10 million yuan was received, but now the other party wants to send something. Shiyu fell into deep thought. It is not good to accept gifts frequently without merit. Forget it, 10 million yuan has been taken, why should I be so reserved? The skill secrets of the iron-eating beast are okay. Although my 11 has no shortage of skills, the more the better. And there is no pressure to use skills from a normal source. As for the evolution method of the green cotton worm, this is also okay. Shiyu originally planned to release the insect, but now it seems that it is not bad to listen to it. He has taught the silk so many times and raised it for so long, it would be a pity to release it directly. I have been raising them for so long, but I haven't sold any silk at all. I'm losing a lot. But if the green cotton worm can evolve into a good race, I can continue to work for myself. A high-species pet cub. Actually, Shiyu also wants a special pet to open his eyes, preferably a fantasy creature recorded on Earth. For example, a dragon girl, a flower fairy, a mermaid. Do I have to choose one of the three? Shiyu asked. Lu Chengyi? Do you want all of them? I have to get stronger quickly to contribute to the archaeological cause, Shiyu said. Lu Chengyi also fell into deep thought, looking at Shiyu's face carefully and sizing him up. I didn't expect that he was so thick-skinned. Okay, Lu Chengyi nodded. Very good, then I will treat it as an advance payment of wages. You can't contract a high-species pet cub even if I give it to you now. Wait until you become a senior beastmaster. Shiyu is currently an apprentice beastmaster and can only contract one pet. After becoming a junior beastmaster, he can contract a second one. However, although the number has reached the standard, it is still not enough for the junior beastmaster to contract the high-level pet cubs she mentioned. The level of the beast control space cannot maintain the accelerated growth of the high-level pet cubs. Shiyu, indeed, even if he is given extra pet cubs now, he is unable to contract. The skill secrets of the iron-eating beast. I don't know much about pets like iron-eating beasts, but I heard that this Hashi martial arts school in Pingcheng has 2 skills suitable for iron-eating beasts to learn. Tomorrow I will also give you a letter of recommendation. You can go to this Hashi martial arts school to learn from the owner at any time. Shiyu, this was originally within his plan. However, the previous plan was to go to the door to challenge the school and learn secretly. Now it has become a master-level beastmaster teaching in person, with a formal and legal way of learning. The secrets of the skills of this Hashi martial arts school are only taught to the disciples who join the martial arts school. There are very few people who master them, and they belong to internal inheritance. However, since the energy of the 11th Bureau is so great, it is not impossible for Shiyu, an outsider who has not joined a martial arts school, to learn. Okay, Shiyu nodded. It's okay. It's better to have a reasonable way to learn than to copy secretly. Then there's the evolution method. By the way, you cultivate a blue cotton worm. Do you plan to cultivate it into a wind crystal butterfly and then contract it? Lu Chengyi took another look at the blue cotton worm in the birdcage and asked. No, it's just that the blue cotton worm is one of the most plastic pets, and I can't help but want to cultivate it. In human terms, the silk of the blue cotton worm is very plastic. There are different buyers for the silk according to different cultivation methods. He is very short of money and can't help but cultivate it. Blue cotton worm. Shiyu has one way of understanding, and Lu Chengyi has another understanding. The blue cotton worm is indeed one of the most plastic pets. Among the currently known evolutionary routes, the blue cotton worm can evolve into the most types of pets. As a completely metamorphosed pet, according to different cultivation plans, it can evolve into most moths and butterflies in the first evolution. There are dozens of known species. Almost every researcher who studies evolution will use the blue cotton worm as the first experimental object. The reason is very simple. The breeding cycle of the green cotton worm is short, and the process of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly is like a lottery. Everyone is a gambler, and no one knows what will come out of the cocoon. The anticipation is very exciting. I won't tell you about the route of the extraordinary race level after evolution. I know 3 command-level evolution routes. You can choose one. After successful breeding, the potential of this green cotton worm can surpass that small iron-eating beast. It is very suitable to be your second pet, Lu Chengyi said. 11. Greek letter omega, ouch. 11 next to him vaguely felt that someone was saying bad things about it, as if it was that bad woman. Gee, the green cotton worm is still silly and doesn't seem to have a high IQ. It doesn't care about evolution. After all, there is no way to desire a worm to have the IQ of mammals. Perhaps only evolution can make it smarter. Which 3? The 3 evolutionary routes represent the low-level commander level, the middle-level commander level, and the high-level commander level, and the evolutionary conditions are also from easy to difficult. First is the ice crystal swallowtail, a low-level commander level, a pet with wind and ice attributes. The strongest racial skill that can be awakened is Blizzard, the second is the Ghost Beauty Butterfly, a middle-level commander level, a dark attribute pet, good at curse skills, and proficient in sneak attacks and assassinations. Then there is the Goddess of Light Butterfly, a high-level commander level, a light attribute pet that can master all kinds of light and is proficient in illusions, except for some specific materials and food. If you want to evolve into these races, the minimum requirement is that the silkworm's proficiency reaches the proficient level before it cocoons, and the perfect level is best, so that the pet's potential can be maximized during evolution. However, it is too difficult to cultivate silkworms with perfect proficiency. Don't force it. After all, the lifespan and talent of the green cottonworm are limited. Chapter 33 Breaking the Routine. After Lu Chengyi finished talking about the 3 evolutionary routes, she waited for Shi Yu's choice. Anyway, Shi Yu couldn't have all of them, because the blue cottonworm could only evolve into one creature. Ice Crystal Swallowtail, Ghost Beauty Butterfly, Goddess of Light Butterfly. To be honest, Shi Yu thought they were all good. After all, they were all commander-level creatures. The growth limit of commander-level creatures was much higher than that of extraordinary creatures. If you could contract a commander-level creature, as long as you could afford it, becoming a professional beastmaster was almost a sure thing. At this time, any trainee beastmaster would probably have excitedly made a choice. However, after listening to it, Shi Yu did not immediately choose one with joy. It was not because he had difficulty making choices, but because he heard a key piece of information. In order for the blue cottonworm to evolve into a commander-level creature, in addition to some necessary evolutionary materials, the silk proficiency only needed to be at the mastery level. He had thought that the lowest level was perfect. Is it too difficult to pursue silk proficiency with perfect proficiency? What if you pursue silk proficiency with superb skills? At that time, will the potential of the pet be stimulated by 200%? Is there a green cottonworm that has mastered the silkworm of the superb level before evolution? Shi Yu asked. Lu Chengyi said, it's not impossible, if you can find a secret realm or relic space suitable for the growth of green cottonworms, and spend a huge price to cultivate it, you may be able to raise the silkworm proficiency to that level during its lifetime, or, wait until you grow to the legendary level, and then return to cultivate green cottonworms. For this method, let alone the cost-effectiveness, at least this green cottonworm will not live to that time. There are basically these 2 methods. At present, there are successful cases in China. That green cottonworm has evolved into a king-level ice phoenix moth. What, are you tempted? Shi Yu smiled, just asking. Lu Chengyi said, don't be too greedy. If you plan to evolve, the silkworm level of the green cottonworm is not the higher the better. The higher the silkworm level, the greater the potential after the evolution is successful. But relatively speaking, the evolution process is more difficult, and there will be a risk of failure to break the cocoon, so this is why there is no need to deliberately pursue perfect proficiency, unless you can guarantee that the evolutionary materials you use can 100% allow the blue wool worm to awaken a powerful new race skill during the evolution process, and this skill can 100% break the cocoon. But this kind of thing, even the top evolution planners can't guarantee it. Shi Yu roughly understood. The level of the blue wool worm silk, the level of the cocoon, the difficulty of breaking the cocoon, and the potential after evolution are positively correlated. If you want to successfully break the cocoon, you need to successfully awaken a powerful new race skill in the cocoon and use this ability to break the cocoon. As for how to awaken a new race skill during the evolution process, you need to provide it with suitable evolutionary materials before the blue wool worm cocoons. If the evolutionary materials provided are not right, the awakening of the skill will fail, and the cocoon evolution will fail. After Shi Yu carefully pondered, he had an idea. If the evolutionary mechanism of the blue wool worm is like this, perhaps it doesn't have to take the known evolutionary route. Shi Yu looked at the blue wool worm in the birdcage. So, if he taught it skills through the skill illustrations before it cocooned, what would the result be? In this way, you don't have to follow the traditional evolutionary route, and you can directly use the skills before evolution to break the cocoon. As long as the skill level is high enough, there will be no risk of failure. At the same time, the silk level can be stacked to the maximum level without any worries, so that the highest level cocoon can nurse the green wool worm inside. This operation seems feasible. Shi Yu originally thought that the commander level creatures were good, but now, he suddenly wanted to cultivate a new evolutionary form himself. He can completely break the conventional evolutionary method and use an unscientific evolutionary method. Learn new skills before evolution plus superb silk plus evolutionary materials that determine attributes at will equals. Shiyu suddenly understood those researchers who like to study the new evolutionary form of green wool worms. It's really cool to open the prize. He nodded and said, then I will choose the goddess of light butterfly. Although it is not necessary to evolve this, it is definitely right to choose the rarest one at present. He needs to refer to how the evolutionary materials of other evolutionary roots are matched. Lu Chengyu said, sure enough, I chose the highest level. But I just reminded you that the difficulty of their evolution is from easy to difficult, so you must be fully prepared before letting the blue worm try to evolve. It's a small matter to waste precious evolution materials. If you fail to break the cocoon, your blue worm may be trapped and die in the cocoon. Okay, the evolution method may be Lu Chengyu's personal collection or harvest. She recorded the evolution method to Shiyu on the spot, and the weight and level of the materials were also marked very comprehensively. An evolution method that can cultivate the blue worm, the shame of the pet world, to a high-level leader-level creature is naturally valuable, and it is completely possible to create a family of beast masters, but Lu Chengyu told Shiyu the method casually. This also made Shiyu believe that the 11th bureau mentioned by the other party might be really powerful, and the legendary Beastmaster bodyguard might really be arranged in the future. Name, Green Cotton Worm, Evolution Root, Goddess of Light Butterfly, Skill Requirements, Silkworm skills with proficiency above the mastery level, evolution materials, 1 immature heart of light, 1 to 3 years, 10 mature sunflower petals, 3 fluorescent colors, flickering fungus, 50 grams, sunlight rock powder, a lot, mature light containing grass, a lot, evolution method, after the green cotton worm reaches level 9, soak light containing grass in spring water with a 9:1 ratio of sunlight rock powder as the main food for 1 hour until the green cotton worm reaches level 10. After the green cotton worm reaches level 10, eat 1 immature heart of light, 10 mature sunflower petals, 3 fluorescent colors, and 50 grams of light containing fungus in 1 day. After all of them are consumed, you can use the silkworm skill to cocoon. The evolution process takes about 30 days. If all goes well, the green cotton worm will awaken the skill rainbow light in the cocoon, thus breaking out of the cocoon and evolving into the goddess of light butterfly. This material, the heart of light, is the name of a special fruit, the sunflower is a high-level spiritual plant, the fluorescent core is the energy crystal of the glowworm, the luminous fungus is a eukaryotic organism on the colorful light mushroom, the sunlight rock is a rare mineral, and the light-containing grass is also a rare spiritual plant. Just by looking at the name, Shiyu could already guess that the price of this pile of materials would be very expensive, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. If he wanted to buy all of them, would his 10 million be enough? Iron bamboo, as the cheapest material among the lowest level first-level resources, is so expensive. None of the materials here are lower than the 3rd level. Chong, we really should research a more powerful evolutionary route ourselves. The high-level commander is too low. If you are not sure by then, choose this spare tire. After handing over the evolution method of the green cotton worm to Shiyu, Lu Chengyu took his wind demon lion and left. Only Shiyu, the iron-eating beast, and the green cotton worm were left in the yard. Watching Lu Chengyu leave, Shiyu sighed. He didn't know whether his choice to join the 11th Bureau was a good or bad choice. Although he resisted his old job, it was just as Lu Chengyu said. If he really resisted from the bottom of his heart, he would not resonate with a stone statue. Forget it, don't think too much. Anyway, I will have money tomorrow, so I can splurge a little today. Shiyu put away the evolutionary blueprint and decided to buy a mobile phone first. He had been thinking about this thing for a long time, and now he can finally make up his mind. Chapter 34, The Ruins Open. After finding out the truth about the stone statue's abnormality and a huge sum of money about to arrive, Shiyu was overjoyed. On the same day, he came to the building of Century Group, ready to splurge. Century Group is a leading enterprise in the high-tech field of the ancient country of Donghuang, and is distributed in almost all cities above the 3rd level. Shiyu plans to buy a smarter mobile phone here. In fact, when Lu Chengyu was there, Shiyu asked her whether the organization would provide her with a phone. And the answer he got was, of course, no. The other party asked Shiyu to use part of the 10 million initial funds to buy it himself. At Shiyu's level, there is no need to be equipped with a private plane for the time being. This is uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter, even if you buy a relatively smarter mobile phone, it's only 100,000, which is nothing compared to 10 million. Welcome, sir, how can I help you? After Shiyu entered the mobile phone sales hall, a receptionist immediately came to greet him. I want to pick a mobile phone. What are your basic requirements? It must be able to connect to the internet, have energy detection function and pet animal encyclopedia function. After Shiyu finished speaking, the receptionist immediately took out a mobile phone with a silver white shell from the counter and said, "What do you think of this one? This is the latest model of Century Group, the Encyclopedia Machine M30, which contains 6,029 kinds of pet animals and their skill information, and can also accurately detect the energy fluctuation level of pet animals below the extraordinary level. Its price is 99,998 yuan. If you choose this one, you can also get 1,000 yuan of free phone bills when you buy it now. Can I try it?" Shiyu said. Of course, Shiyu took the phone and found the encyclopedia function. This encyclopedia function is actually not that magical. It is similar to the scanning function of Earth's smartphones. You need to use the mobile phone camera to aim at other creatures to take effect. After turning on the encyclopedia function, Shiyu pointed the phone at a black and orange dog with a ferocious expression lying outside the hall. In just a moment, the phone immediately started to broadcast voice, name, mechanical dog, attributes, mechanical, race level, intermediate supernatural, growth level, awakening level 10, race skills, image storage, breath detection, electric current bite, self-destruction, introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for care, tracking, and investigation. Not only voice broadcast, but also the specific information of the mechanical dog is displayed on the mobile phone interface. The information is relatively comprehensive, and the skills can also be clicked or voice commands to continue to learn detailed information, skill, self-destruction, skill level, advanced, introduction, detonate the energy of the whole body, and die after using it. Shiyu, this skill level is really high, but if he wants to copy it, will there be a bug? Seeing, touching. It will self-destruct, so what is he touching? Forget it. Anyway, 11 and the green cotton worm don't need this skill. Because there is a basic energy fluctuation detection function, the growth level of the mechanical dog was also successfully detected. Level 10 is considered quite high, and it is only one step away from becoming a supernatural creature. Very good. Shiyu said silently in his heart. He is most optimistic about this illustration function. Although he is also a top student, he knows the most about creatures with extraordinary races, and he dare not say that he can understand them all. But with this phone, no matter if he encounters a high-race rare pet or a rare skill, he can find relevant information at the first time. Although he wants to become an excellent beastmaster, he must continue to learn, but using high-tech products can more or less make up for his shortcomings and take shortcuts. In short, this phone is good in every way in his opinion, and the appearance is also okay, but it's too expensive. If you buy it now, your savings will be directly hit. It's okay if the 10 million promised by Lu Chengyi can be credited to the account tomorrow. If not, he and Shibuya will have to eat dirt. Roasted earth rat. If I had known, I would come again tomorrow. Shiyu deeply realized his character flaws. He is curious and impatient. Such a character is very suitable for courting death. No wonder he is the one who traveled through time. Forget it, I'm here now, the rare evolution method has been given, and 10 million can't escape. Get me one, Shiyu said to the receptionist. Okay, sir, the receptionist smiled immediately, because it seemed that he could add chicken legs tonight. After buying the mobile phone and handling a series of business, Shiyu left with a pain in his heart. However, he did not rush home, but came to another company, Xianfu Group. Xianfu Group and Century Group are two of the 5 major groups in the ancient country of Donghuang, and they are widely distributed. The latter focuses on high-tech products, while the former focuses on rare spiritual plants, minerals, pet food, and nutritional supplements. Since so much money has been spent, Shiyu doesn't mind spending a little more. 11 has eaten enough iron bamboo every day for nearly a month. Although it also likes to eat it, Shiyu plans to give it something better. In the end, he bought some secondary resources, iron heart wood, which is also the recommended food in the iron-eating beast cultivation manual given by Lin Xiaozu, which is more advanced than iron bamboo. Iron heart wood, as the name suggests, is wood with metal minerals inside. It is considered a spiritual plant with stuffing and one of the recipes of iron-eating beasts. The properties are also biased towards gold and wood, which can effectively enhance the hardening ability and vitality of iron-eating beasts. This ingredient provides more nutrition than iron bamboo. Generally, only extraordinary iron-eating beasts will eat it as a staple food, otherwise it is easy to be overnourished. That being said, Shiyu considered the consumption of his own iron-eating beast. He felt that it was not a problem for it to consume all the nutrition. After all, its appetite was several times that of a normal iron-eating beast. As for the green cotton worm, since it grew fast, it would not lack nutrition if it occasionally used the skill illustration teaching, so Shiyu did not spend too much money on it. What he eats, the green cotton worm eats. This is the bond. A bond that even 11 can't enjoy. Later, Shiyu also planned to see if there were any more advanced supplements. After all, he was about to produce antibodies to the Mingxian capsule. And the level of the Mingxian capsule is indeed not high. He will have money soon. And Shiyu also plans to treat himself better. Only when he is good, can the pets be good. However, considering that the Mingxian capsules at home have not been eaten up, Shiyu finally decided to use them up first and then look for new substitutes. After squandering, Shiyu returned home refreshed. As usual, 11 was pulling the green cotton worm to do daily training. As for Shiyu, besides meditating, he could also study on his phone while lying in the yard. After browsing for a while, because Shiyu registered with his real name as a Beastmaster, he suddenly received a text message notification from the Pingchang Beastmaster Association for all trainee Beastmasters in Pingchang District. The ruins of Pingchang District have been opened. Those who are interested in exploring can sign up for the Beastmaster Association's field combat training and participate in the assessment. Those who pass the assessment can obtain exploration rights, and all the gains in the ruins will belong to the individual. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Decision. Is the access right now open? Isn't it said that there are a lot of treasures in these ruins and secret realms, and all the proceeds belong to individuals? How? No wonder that guy surnamed Lu said that there is a chance to enter without the identity of the 11th Bureau. This is not giving away treasures, it looks like recruiting cannon fodder. It's not certain whether there are treasures inside, maybe there are only monsters. Shiyu sensitively discovered that something was wrong. To obtain access, you have to pass the field combat experience organized by the association. So it seems that the entrants are required to have certain combat capabilities? What will happen if you don't have combat capabilities? Needless to say, you will most likely die in the ruins. There are a lot of bits. When Shiyu wanted to find more information about this secret ruins, a gurgle sound suddenly came from the side. 11 came over in a daze, asking when the meal would be served. At this time, the green cotton worm also lay limply in the birdcage like a useless worm. It really didn't have a single strand of worm silk. Today we have a big feast, don't worry, I'll make it right away. Shiyu looked at the time. Wow, it was so late. Usually when meditating, the days passed by like years, and time passed very slowly. Now he just swiped his phone for a while, and it was almost dark. If the mobile phone can evolve into a mechanical life form, it can probably awaken the racial skill of controlling time, like silly girl. Not only 11 was hungry, but after realizing it, Shiyu also felt a little hungry, so he quickly prepared food. After a while, 11's iron bamboo poles, bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, and iron heartwood. Shiyu's cabbage fried cakes, tomato and egg soup. Green cotton worms vegetable leaves. The three guys each took their own food and started eating. While eating, Shiyu asked 11, "Are you interested in outdoor combat training?" After returning from the last battle venue, Shiyu had the idea of participating in outdoor combat training. At present, this is probably the only thing that can be contacted and can put pressure on 11. Although this training is a field combat, the safety of the whole process is guaranteed. After all, it is organized by the Beast Tamer Association for the purpose of training local apprentice beast tamers. If Shiyu were to enter the secret ruins to explore, to be honest, he would still be a little scared. After all, he didn't even know what was going on inside. But if it was a field combat training, it seemed okay to participate. First, he could continue to train his and 11's combat abilities, and second, He could take this opportunity to see what the connection was between this training assessment and the secret ruins. 11 raised his arms, and rushed. Its eyes were bright, indicating that of course it would participate. If it wasn't for showing results, it would be meaningless to train hard. The ice armor beast and the group of earth rats could not let it show all the results of its training. The only thing that made it a little stressed was the wind demon lion, but 11 had some idea in his heart, knowing that he would definitely not be able to beat the other party. The wind demon lion was at least to commander level, and the sense of oppression generated by commander-level creatures was still very strong for a growing cub like 11. The sense of oppression produced by the king-level creatures can even kill low-level creatures directly. After the pet reaches the king level, it can awaken the deterrence ability on its own. This is why the deterrence skill copied by Shiyu is praised as having the king's qualifications after mastering it. Mastering the special abilities of the king level in advances the king's qualifications. Then let's join in and see. Shiyu nodded, and then he also looked at the green cotton worm in the birdcage and said, "You come too, G." The green cotton worm who was called showed a blank and innocent expression. "As far as I know, well, I found it on my phone." The assessment and scoring standards in the field actual combat experience are basically based on what creatures are defeated or what rare resources are collected. Of course, the fighting will be handed over to 11, but for things like collecting things, your silkworm can be twice the result with half the effort. Shiyu smiled. For plants like those growing on cliffs, he was too lazy to pick them. It was the easiest to leave them to the green cotton worms, or some resources guarded by some biological groups. Stealing them would definitely be more efficient than fighting. King Mianchong buried his head and began to eat the last supper in his mind. The next day, Lu Chengyi came again. She brought the certificate representing Shiyu's identity as a reserve member of the 11th Bureau. At the same time, she also handed Shiyu the bank card with 10 million yuan in deposits that Shiyu had been thinking about. As for the recommendation letter from Zhashi Martial Arts School, it was nothing compared to the first two. Using this certificate, you can have the authority to directly explore most of the ruins. For example, this time you can directly enter the Pingchang ruins with this certificate. There are also the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snow Mountain. But I suggest that you have professional strength before exploring the Snow Mountain, otherwise even if you wear cold-proof clothes, your physique will definitely not be able to withstand that temperature. Do you have bodyguards? Shiyu asked. You can apply for bodyguards for the Ice Dragon ruins on the Snow Mountain, but you can't trigger the advent. I said before that this ruin is quite special, so unfortunately, it is not allowed. Lu Chengyi smiled. Shiyu's eyelids twitched, and he said, "So what's going on inside this relic? You might as well just tell me directly." The cracked stone statue is still waiting for it to restore the truth, but if it's too dangerous, it can only be done next time. It doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. The predecessor of the secret relic space is the Beastmaster's beast control space. You know this, right? Shiyu nodded. First of all, this relic space is very unstable. According to experiments, only trainee Beastmasters can enter normally. If the level of the Beastmaster is too high, the Beastmaster's beast control space will produce a special repulsion reaction with the relic space. Of course, we can also force development, but that will easily cause space collapse, which will not be worth the loss. After all, the most precious thing is the relic itself. I guessed it, otherwise the Pingchang Association would not be prepared to give a large number of trainee Beastmasters access to such an important relic, Shiyu said. Then, this relic is a challenge relic. It should be modified by the Beastmaster to train the new generation of Beastmasters in his tribe. After entering, the Beastmaster will randomly arrive at an independent environment. Everyone cannot meet each other. Elemental creatures will appear in the environment. Only by defeating them can you enter the next environment. It's a bit like a level challenge. At present, Beastmasters from the Pingchang Beastmaster Corps have entered to explore, but their battle records. Lu Chengyi shook her head. The strength of the apprentice Beastmasters in Pingchang is still too poor. Even if there are no extraordinary creatures in this relic for the time being, no one can clear it all. If it were some apprentice Beastmasters from big cities, they would definitely be able to explore the secrets of the relic faster. However, this relic appeared in Pingchang district after all, so Pingchang must have the priority to explore it, followed by other districts and counties in Bingyan City. Finally, if it still cannot be cracked, multiple cities will jointly develop it. Is it dangerous inside? Shiyu asked the question he was most concerned about. According to the people who came out, those elemental creatures only aim to defeat their opponents as their primary goal, not to eliminate them. However, if the challenger is too weak, there will still be danger. Wait a moment, I'll give you a website and an invitation code. You can use your 10 million starting funds to purchase cultivation resources here at a certain discount, make rational use of this relic and this 10 million, and then go to Sashi Martial Arts School to study for a period of time. I believe you will soon become a professional beastmaster. In short, don't pay attention to the Ice Dragon relics for now, but make this relic the primary object of investigation, Shiyu said. It still sounds a bit dangerous. My iron-eating beast is only level 5, and those beastmasters who are proficient in actual combat in the Legion can't beat it, so it would be useless for me to go there. If you want to investigate the historical truth of Bingin City, you don't necessarily have to pass it. There should be some clues in each independent environment, and your listening talent should be very useful at that time, Lu Chengyu said. After all, this relic appeared because of you. Of course, the most basic self-protection ability should still be there. Go to Sashi Martial Arts School with your iron-eating beast and learn 2 new skills. That should be enough. It's still too much to harden only one skill. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Let's continue to develop for a while. He didn't plan to enter directly as a member of the 11th Bureau. After all, there was no benefit. It would only attract more meaningless attention. Sure enough, I should first participate in the training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association. It would be more reassuring to enter through this channel. The standard of passing this assessment should mean that one can survive safely in the ruins. If I can't even meet the satisfactory standard for the results of this assessment, I won't go to the ruins. My life is more important. Shiyu slowly made a plan for himself, and then he soon realized that something was wrong. Damn it, didn't I agree not to touch the ruins in this life? What's the matter with this sense of anticipation and excitement? Chapter 36 Experience. After investigating Shiyu's identity and background, the National Land Relics Strategic Investigation and Support Guarantee Bureau, also known as the 11th Bureau, is currently in a free-range policy for Shiyu, a newcomer. Although Shiyu has good talent and a clean background, he is too green. Even Lu Qingyi, the youngest in the 11th Bureau, has a doctorate from Gudu University, one of the 9 major universities. It is conceivable that Shiyu's position in the organization is very high. Investigating the historical truth of Bingin City alone can be regarded as a training process for Shiyu. According to this process, we can see the specific performance of Shiyu's talent for listening to the sound of history. At present, Lu Qingyi is the one who pays the most attention to Shiyu's growth in the 11th Bureau. After all, she has made good friends with a group of big guys. Shiyu was discovered by her and excavated by her. When Shiyu becomes a formal member, he must first be her assistant and cannot compete with her for people. I hope you can pass the professional assessment in half a year, Lu Qingyu said silently in her heart after leaving Shiyu's house again. As a person with a certain vision, she naturally would not want Shiyu to wait for the next professional assessment. That was the standard for ordinary Pingchang apprentice beastmasters like Chen Kai. Now she provided a huge amount of startup funds and helped Shiyu get a chance to study at Sashi Martial Arts School, all for the purpose of allowing Shiyu to catch up with the next professional assessment. Only after becoming a professional beastmaster can one enter the real gate of the beastmaster world. One step slow, every step slow, and every step of the beastmaster's growth should be raced against time. Alice, at this time, in the yard, looking at Lu Qingyi's back as she left, Shiyu sighed unconsciously. The rich woman left again, and they could only rely on their own efforts next. Shiyu took out a black 11th Bureau certificate, looked at his handsome avatar, and sighed. The 11th Bureau is probably equivalent to the ultimate power and trump card of the ancient Rongyuan kingdom in the face of various relics, and its status is very high. In the previous life, the archaeological industry may not be a big deal, but here, many relics are related to various guardian totems and mythical creatures, and have a lot of secrets. It can be said that deciphering the relics is the most critical way for beastmasters to enter the mythical realm. As the most elite group of people in the archaeological community, it is not surprising that the 11th Bureau has a legendary beastmaster as a bodyguard. Alice, Shiyu sighed twice. Although he was unlucky to enter the archaeological industry again, he entered such a high-level organization in just a few months. It is worthy of you, Shiyu. Sure enough, after changing to another world, you are still so outstanding. Can I enter most of the ruins with this thing? At the same time, When exploring the ruins, can I apply for a bodyguard from the Beastmaster Association with a certificate? Shiyu suddenly felt that this certificate was a bit hot. This thing is convenient, but it is equivalent to Pandora's box. When you use it yourself, it must mean that you are going to die again. Put it away first. After putting away the certificate, it was noon, and Shiyu had to prepare food for 11 and the others. During this process, 11 roared to the sky in the yard, scaring the green cotton worm. Scare me, MDZZ. It also scared Shiyu. But because of the spiritual connection with 11, he roughly knew what was going on. 11's growth level has been improved again, reaching the 6th level of awakening. Today is July 25th, 177. He is 11, who signed the contract on July 4th, 177. Just over 20 days have passed, and 11 has already upgraded 3 levels. This speed will definitely make many Beastmasters cry. Under normal circumstances, even if 11 is a big eater and has a lot of training, this growth rate is still unscientific. It can grow so fast, mainly because of the teaching of the skill illustrations. The improvement of skill proficiency will drive the growth of the pet itself, which is the reason why 11 grows so fast. It can also be understood in this way. All the physical strength and energy consumed by Shiyu are transformed into the nutrients needed for the growth of the pets during the teaching process. You are almost 1 meter tall. Shiyu walked out with the iron basin, looked at 11 who was waving his hands up and down happily, and estimated. The little iron beast nodded in confusion. The current size of the little iron beast is a circle larger than when it was just brought back from the iron bamboo breeding base, but it is normal. It is currently in the fastest growth stage. Congratulations, let's eat first, Shiyu smiled. He quickly prepared food for 11 and green cotton worm, and then he picked up his phone to check the situation of the 2 pets. Name, Iron Eating Beast, growth level, awakening level 6, name, green cotton worm, growth level, awakening level 4. One is level 6 and the other is level 4. However, they cannot be regarded as normal pets of this level. After all, their skill proficiency is far superior to that of pets of this same level. If he signs up for the field combat assessment organized by the Beast Tamer Association, Shiyu is very curious about what kind of assessment results he can get with these 2 little guys. That afternoon, Shiyu went to the Pingchang Beast Tamer Association again, and this time he came openly. This time he came here, of course, to sign up for the field combat assessment organized by the Pingchang District Beast Tamer Association. Outrageous, why are there so many people? However, after arriving here, Shiyu's scalp immediately numbed. There were so many people, it seemed, all of them came to sign up for the field combat experience assessment. It is no longer a secret that a secret ruin has appeared in Pingchang District. Most Beastmasters know what the secret ruins represent. They represent opportunities and wealth. This time, the Beastmaster Association announced that all the gains from the secret realm belong to the individual, which directly made those Beastmasters who were poor like Shiyu go crazy. A gamble is a chance to change your fate. It seems that the field combat assessment organized by the association will eliminate a group of Beastmasters without potential, and then send the Beastmasters with potential to further train in the ruins. In this way, after a period of time, Pingchang will have a group of apprentice Beastmasters who are qualified to challenge the professional assessment. In a sense, the news of the ruins alone has completely mobilized the enthusiasm of Pingchang's apprentice Beastmasters. In the past, there were not so many people signing up for field training. After a while, it was finally Shiyu's turn. There are 3 field combat training locations in Pingchang, and the specific locations will be allocated according to the situation of the Beastmaster. There must be simple and difficult locations in the 3 locations. Shiyu estimated that at his level, he would definitely not be able to get the most difficult one. Hello, your training and assessment location is Xianmeng Mountain. The training and assessment will last for a total of 3 days, starting from July 28th, which is 3 days later, and ending on the 30th. Please arrive at the Xianmeng Mountain training base before 9 a.m. on the 28th. If you are late, it will be considered as giving up voluntarily, and the registration fee will not be refunded, the lady at the front desk said sweetly. For specific details, please go to the lobby to check. Thank you. Shiyu turned around and left. The registration fee for one training is 10,000 yuan, which is actually not expensive, and it is already a bargain. You should know that at each training location, the Beastmaster Association has senior Beastmasters who have eliminated dangerous factors in advance, and there will be a professional security team responsible for the safety of the trainees throughout the whole process. In order to enrich the training, the Beastmaster Association will also transfer a large number of pets that are not available locally to it for trainee Beastmasters to broaden their horizons. In addition, the rare resources in the training location have always been controlled at a full level, and the trainees can obtain them freely. After coming out, they will share a certain proportion with the Beastmaster Association. So as long as the Beastmaster who is training is not too bad and has some ability, the registration fee can be recovered, and the better ones can even make some money. Shiyu's goal this time is not to make money, but to avoid losses. Afterwards, Shiyu looked at the precautions for this training in the registration hall. In fact, there is nothing special to pay attention to, just reminding the trainees to bring some necessities on their own. After paying a little attention, Shiyu returned home. There are still 3 days before the so-called field actual combat experience assessment. Shiyu plans to spend it normally. There is no need to train desperately at the last minute, otherwise it will affect the state. His purpose is just to train 11's actual combat ability, so that its actual combat ability and growth level are not out of touch, and by the way, see if he can copy some rare skills, instead of killing everyone. If he wanted to kill everyone, he would not be so anxious to sign up. With 10 million yuan, he can grow steadily for half a year and have everything. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shiyu and his friends did spend these 3 days normally. 11 and the green cotton worm still have the usual training content and food. Shiyu spent his days meditating and playing on his phone. The only thing worth mentioning is that during this period, Shiyu used the skill atlas 3 times. He taught silk twice and hardening once. In this way, including the previous one, 11 was probably taught twice by the skill atlas on the basis of mastery level hardening. And the blue cotton worm was taught twice by the atlas on the basis of mastery level silk. It was just an extra 2 times, so their skill proficiency naturally did not reach the perfect level. As for their daily training volume, the relatively large experience bar was naturally not enough. After this time, Shiyu was thinking about a difficult math problem. When a pet has no foundation for a skill, ignoring its own training volume, the skill atlas teaches once, which is the entry level, teaching twice, which is the proficient level, and teaching 4 times, which is the mastery level. So how many times to teach is the perfect level? 8 times or 16 times? This question is too difficult to judge. Shiyu gave up struggling and waited to verify it himself. This morning, Shiyu got up very early and took a taxi because he had money. When he arrived at the street at the foot of the Xianmeng Mountain Training Base, he found that a large number of Beastmasters gathered at the entrance. Most of them were around 20 years old. Shiyu just arrived here and heard someone calling him. He looked around and immediately saw a guy with dark circles under his eyes who looked like an iron-eating beast. As expected, "You are here too," Chen Kai, an excellent student after class, said. "I knew you would not miss such an event." Shiyu, "No, what's wrong with your dark circles? You didn't really eat the supplements as candy beans when you go back?" Chapter 37 Strange Creatures. "Why are you here too?" Shiyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Kai. "This guy is so weak. The ice armor beast couldn't even survive 11's attack before. Why did he come to join in the fun? What's wrong with me?" "Not only me, most of the students in our class came, and the teacher was quite encouraging. You know, after we left that day, the stone statue in the park exploded at night. It was really exciting. Can you be as exciting as me?" Shiyu scratched his cheek. What else could he say? He couldn't say that it was him who talked about the explosion, including the secret ruins. "By the way, your training method is quite effective. My ice armor beast is already level 7, Chen Kai said to Shiyu with gratitude. He tried hard and realized how much potential he and the ice armor beast have. He wanted to thank Shiyu a long time ago. He had a hunch that Shiyu would definitely come for this experience assessment, so he paid attention to the surroundings in advance, but he didn't expect to meet him. In short, he was too full this week. "I advise you to be moderate." Shiyu's face was dark. "Your affairs have spread all over the pharmacies in Pingcheng. Stop it." He didn't want to be the culprit who destroyed the country's flowers. "Yes, I have control." Chen Kai raised his head and looked at the sky. "In short, this experience assessment, let's see his performance." In order to find Shiyu, Chen Kai deliberately did not go there in advance with the classmates who came to participate in the experience. On the way to the experience base with Shiyu, Chen Kai said, I heard that there are 100 applicants in each batch at each experience location. Our teacher Zhang revealed that only the top 20 in the assessment of each experience base have the opportunity to enter the ruins. To be honest, I'm really a little unsure. 1 in 5? It's not low. Shiyu walked beside him and said, "Don't worry, you are an excellent student. If it was a level 6 ice armor beast, it might be a hazard," but Shiyu didn't expect that Chen Kai really took drugs to break through. The current environment is too competitive. Chen Kai blushed. MMP, a bullshit excellent student. After seeing Shiyu's strength, he knew that he could only be powerful in school, and he couldn't compare with the beast masters outside. However, although he said he was unsure, Chen Kai still had a little confidence. Although his ice armor beast was only level 7, its strength was not weak. Isn't Shiyu's iron-eating beast at a lower growth level? But its strength was just as outrageous. The growth level of the awakening pet does not mean anything at all. A level 10 green cotton worm, without training, may not be as strong as a dog. This growth level is just a reference at most. The combat power is still the training of the pet by the Beastmaster in all aspects. Otherwise, there is no need to organize any actual combat assessment. Everyone can just compare the level directly. By the way, have you participated in similar activities before? Shiyu asked again. The school organized it once, but the scale is definitely not comparable to this time. Chen Kai shook his head and said, "What about you? First time? That's right, you are a breeding major. You must have never participated before." Shiyu nodded. After crossing, it was indeed the first time he came to such a relatively dangerous place. At this time, even his cells were unconsciously excited. "Alice. I am still a restless person." After a while, the two came to the interior of the training base. At this time, there were more than 50 Beastmasters who had arrived. At present, the trainee Beastmasters with backpacks on their backs were talking in 2s and 3s. In the distance, there were also 5 Beastmasters wearing green camouflage uniforms communicating with each other. They seemed to be the leaders of this training. The surrounding environment was getting noisier and noisier. 11, who was sleeping in the beast control space to gather his strength and prepare for a big fight, was fine. He couldn't feel anything, but the green cotton worm in Shiyu's backpack was awakened from his sleep unconsciously and quickly breathed a breath through the gap in the backpack. "Have the 2 girls from before come?" Shiyu looked around and asked Chen Kai, referring to Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing. Chen Kai said, Yu Jingjing had an idea, but was persuaded by her parents. As for Zhuang Yu, her iron-eating beast can hardly catch a mouse, let alone participate in the training. Those who dare to sign up for the outdoor training are actually warriors. After all, this training is not completely without danger. So looking around, the proportion of girls is indeed not large. After all, even if those dangerous creatures are not counted, ordinary animals such as insects and snakes can still persuade a large number of people to retreat. "Chen Kai, come here, what are you doing over there?" As soon as Chen Kai finished speaking, a few people suddenly called him in the distance. Chen Kai hurriedly said to Shiyu, "My classmate, I'll go over first and see you later, go." Shiyu nodded. Then, Chen Kai trotted over, and Shiyu continued to look around. He mainly observed the group of Beastmasters in camouflage uniforms, curious about their identities. Are they Beastmasters hired from security companies, or transferred from the Beast Corps? The former are just workers, while the latter are more like soldiers on Earth. In fact, for ordinary people who come from poor families but want to become Beastmasters, joining the Beastmaster Corps of the Beastmaster Association is also a good choice. After passing all aspects of the review and entering the recruit training camp, the official will uniformly distribute pet cubs, and then conduct closed training for Beastmasters and pets. During this period, all expenses are provided by the association. After the training, the official can also assign work, such as guarding the city walls in various places, or cleaning the wild. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can fulfill the dreams of some people who cannot become Beastmasters. The disadvantage is that they may lose some freedom and have to obey orders as their first responsibility, and the pet does not completely belong to themselves. This path was also considered by the predecessor at the time, but it was difficult for ordinary people to withstand such rigorous training, so Shiyu finally gave up. "Do everyone be quiet." When Shiyu was observing the surroundings, a middle-aged man with a square face took out a whistle in the distance and blew it hard. The huge sound immediately attracted the attention of all the trainee Beastmasters present. "The time is up. Everyone present, keep quiet now," Line up in an orderly manner, and sign the safety responsibility letter. During this process, listen to me explain the precautions for this experience assessment. First of all, I am the general person in charge of this Cheyenne Mountain Experience Assessment, Joe Wanshin. Together with me, there are 4 other professional Beastmasters and a group of security personnel who are responsible for your experience assessment. I won't say any more nonsense. Next, after you sign the safety responsibility letter, we will issue a picture album to each of you. There are a large number of fierce beasts and rare resources in Cheyenne Mountain. Their types are all recorded in this picture album, and they have corresponding points. Hunting fierce beasts and collecting rare resources are the ways for you to earn points and improve your assessment ranking. In addition, before you enter, we will issue positioning and distress call devices. There are a large number of safety points arranged by us inside Cheyenne Mountain. Security personnel will be stationed there. If you encounter danger and want to give up the assessment, you can choose to call for help. At the same time, your spoils can also be handed over to the security personnel at the safety point halfway, and they will be responsible for recording and registering your results. What you need to do is to get as many points as possible within 3 days. In the end, the top 20 Beastmasters will be granted access to the ruins, the instructor named Joe Wanshin shouted at the top of his voice, making sure that every trainee Beastmaster heard the key points clearly. Behind him, the other 4 professional instructors looked at the group of rookies with a smile on their faces, recalling the scene of their first experience. The average age is not big, and there are a few who look wide and fat. Is it really okay, Alice? I also want to return to the trainee level. This ruins is so pitfall. Even those with high levels are not allowed to enter, the instructors cursed. Otherwise, how could such a good opportunity be given to this group of pampered newcomers? Stop talking nonsense, don't slack off, do our job well, and don't let this experience have casualties. 5 professional Beastmasters, together with a group of security personnel and technicians, are the entire responsible persons for this experience assessment. When they evaluated this batch of examinees, Shiyu had already signed the safety responsibility letter and received a positioning and calling device like a watch, as well as an atlas. The function of the watch is very simple. Shiyu wore it casually on his hand after a brief understanding. His focus was on this atlas. Shiyu turned to the first page of the atlas, and it was actually recorded that it was his old friend, the Earth Rat. Hunting one of these things can get 20 points. He continued to flip through it, and it seemed that the lowest point was 20 points. This Earth Rat really has no face. But it is true that, except for the Earth Rat, other creatures like the red crown snake, the big knife mantis, the man-eating grass, and the thorn monster only have a little more hunting points, but the names sound several times more difficult to deal with than the Earth Rat. As Shiyu turned to the last few pages of the Fierce Beast catalog, he found that the fierce beasts that appeared were getting more and more outrageous. Name: Anaconda. Attribute: Water. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Racial level: Intermediate Extraordinary. Racial skills: Frenzy. Torrent Tail. Introduction: It inhabits Green Water Lake and Xiamang Lake in the map. There are 2 of them. They are extremely dangerous and hunting is not recommended. Points: 4,000. Shiyu, you gave 4,000 points for not recommending hunting? It is equivalent to 200 Earth Rats. Although he complained, Shiyu certainly understood that it was not recommended for weak Beastmasters to hunt. It was specially marked as prey prepared for those Beastmasters who are confident in their own strength. Shiyu continued to flip through a few pages and found several boss-type prey marked in the atlas like Anaconda. To be honest, the frenzy skill of that Anaconda is not bad. After using it, it can comprehensively increase strength and speed. The disadvantage is that it loses its mind. But if you brush it to the perfect level of proficiency, you should be able to overcome the disadvantages, right? Berserker Iron Eater? The training base is wild, and you can't find this skill at the breeding base in Bengawan City. Shiyu, who was still flipping through the atlas, suddenly stopped. He saw a strange creature. Name: Electric Slime. Attribute: Thunder. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Racial level: Medium Extraordinary. Racial skills: Multiplication. Discharge. Introduction: Inhabits the magnetic mountain area on the map. There are 3 of them. Extremely dangerous. Hunting is not recommended. Points: 4,000. Slime. Shiyu felt that the training base was really good at playing. Just like the iron-eating beast was a special creature of Donghuang, the slime was a special creature of other countries, and it was not available in Donghuang. In order to open the eyes of the beast masters, did the training base catch this thing and make it a boss? Wait a minute, this multiplication, Shiyu was suddenly attracted by the slime skills again. If he remembered correctly, this multiplication was a skill that could control the size of the body at will. It can shrink or grow. In the reduced state, physical energy can be preserved to the maximum extent and the speed of physical energy recovery can be increased. The gigantic state is a state of extreme energy consumption, sacrificing speed in exchange for stronger power. This skill seems to be very suitable for 11. I just don't know if I can learn it. The size of the iron-eating beast is still too small. An adult is only 2 meters long. It's okay now, but if it faces those giant beasts that are dozens of meters long in the future, it will be a bit not enough. On the contrary, if he could learn this doubling, Shiyu immediately imagined a giant iron-eating beast tearing a dragon apart with its bare hands, and then in the blink of an eye, there was a picture of a small iron-eating beast cub being held in his hand. This skill is equivalent to allowing a pet to have 3 forms, namely the reduced state that preserves physical energy and accelerates energy recovery, the normal state with both strength and speed, and the gigantic form with extreme enhanced strength. Chapter 38 Entering Xianmeng Mountain. I want this multiplication. Slime is a muddy creature that can grow bigger or smaller, so the multiplication skill can only be seen frequently in the slime family. There are very few other extraordinary creatures that master the multiplication skill, and it is very difficult to encounter them. So this time when he encountered a slime in China, Shiyu had no intention of letting it go. Even monkeys can learn the law of heaven and earth, so it is also scientific for the iron-eating beast to learn multiplication. In short, this is a universal skill that is suitable for all pets to learn, and it is not a loss to include it. Now everyone listen carefully. After flipping through a bunch of skills that come with a bunch of creatures for a long time, Shiyu finally felt that multiplication should not be missed. At this time, Zhou Wanshan, the professional beast master in charge of the experience, suddenly shouted. The experience will officially start in half an hour. During this half hour, you can still go to the store next to the experience base to replenish food and medicine, but after entering Xianmeng Mountain, you will not be able to come out again within 3 days without special circumstances. Anyway, everyone has only one backpack, and how much can be put depends on the examinee's own arrangement. Shiyu had prepared all the basic things, but it should not last more than 3 days. He would have to find the subsequent food by himself after entering Xianmeng Mountain. He also prepared a sleeping bag and a tool worm. At this time, Shiyu began to feel helpless. It would be great if the beast control space could also hold other things. It would be troublesome without a space equipment. By the way, is there a space equipment in this world? This is a question worth thinking about. If there is, we must get one in the future. We boys must get what we want JPG. By the way, the secret ruins in Pingchang looks like a large space equipment. It can even hold living things. Shiyu fell into deep thought. Shiyu, just when Shiyu was thinking about whether the secret ruins could also belong to him, Chen Kai suddenly came over again. Do you want to form a team? Do you want to form a team? Chen Kai asked twice. Our class plans to form a team to hunt the python, my ice armor beast can control, and someone in the class has a thunder pet that can directly bomb fish in the lake. Shiyu asked, can we form a team this time? How will the spoils be divided? Chen Kai said, since the examiner didn't ask, it should be possible. Aren't there rare resources in the lakes around the python? There should be enough to share. Shiyu shook his head and said, no, you guys go, I have other goals. He felt that following this group of guys might not be as efficient as going alone, and it was not convenient. Oh, okay, although Chen Kai wanted to form a team with Shiyu, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry because his classmates had already agreed to act together. There is indeed no explicit regulation on whether the examinees are allowed to form a team, but the only common point is that whether it is a Lone Ranger or some small teams, they are now eyeing those small bosses with a growth level of more than level 9 in a small number. If you take down one of them, maybe the top 20 will be secure. Next, Shiyu went to the store to buy an insulated glove. It didn't take him long to come back here. It was still early before the departure time, so Shiyu simply continued to flip through the atlas. He had just flipped through the beast section, and hadn't looked at the resource section. Gathering resources also counted as points. Overall, it was similar to the training assessment mode of previous years. Well, in addition to the beast and resource sections, There were 2 pages at the end, one survival trick in the wild every day. Have you learned it? Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The person in charge of the training called everyone together again. The current time is 10 o'clock in the morning. Everyone will set off immediately and can climb the mountain freely from the 4 entrances. There is a blockade around Cheyenne Mountain. There are only 4 entrances and exits in this area, and the environment will be different when entering from different entrances. The Beastmasters present had carefully studied the map and had hunting targets in mind, so they also had points for which one they should go. Therefore, when Joe Wanchin finished speaking, the 100 apprentice Beastmasters immediately dispersed. At the same time, a certain number of mechanical birds the size of sparrows began to fly from the training base and the safety zone in the mountain, and began to hover over Cheyenne Mountain. Name: mechanical bird. Attribute: mechanical. Racial level: low-level transcendent. Racial skills: image storage, acceleration, introduction, artificial mechanical life, used for tracking, investigation, and monitoring. After the mechanical birds took off, the various screens in the monitoring room of the training base and the various monitoring rooms in the safety zone began to clearly show the situation at various locations in Cheyenne Mountain. Especially those fierce beasts with higher growth levels are the focus of monitoring. Doing so is not only to ensure the safety of the trainees, but also to see the performance of the trainees more intuitively. Watching the process is also one of the few pleasures for these examiners. Isn't it too boring to just wait for the test results? At the foot of Cheyenne Mountain, a certain midway point is the entrance to the Sishan district. Shiyu and about 20 apprentice Beastmasters chose to enter from here. As for Chen Kai and his team, they entered from another direction and prepared to form a group to hunt the Mad Python. 11. Come out. The outermost part of Cheyenne Mountain must have been cleared, and there are basically no fierce beasts wandering around, so most of the Beastmasters choose to summon pets here and let them protect themselves closely. Shiyu is the same. He has seen that there are many rare spiritual plants on this mountain. There is no need to worry about 11 consuming physical energy. He can let 11 eat while walking, and it should be possible to maintain basic physical energy consumption. At this moment, after coming out of the beast control space, 11 looked around blankly. Is this the place? Where is the opponent? Where is the opponent? I'll take you to find it. Shiyu is still very confident in the strength of the small iron beast. The fierce beasts here can be said to be untrained wild creatures. Most of them may be a little worse than the pets carefully cultivated by those beastmasters. Although his small iron beast is only level 6, it has skilled supervision, high-speed healing, and mastery hardening. It should be no problem for its combat power to be at the top of the food chain. As long as they don't encounter a group of fierce beasts, they are invincible. A00011 waved his hand and followed Shiyu. Shiyu added, by the way, pay attention to your surroundings. Unlike vision, the sense of smell of the iron-eating beast is very sensitive, and 11, who has mastered supervision, has strong vision and smell. With this guarantee, they can basically rest assured that they will not encounter any sudden danger. Then the next step is the training time for 11, and the final destination is the Sishan district, the electric slime. After a delay in summoning the pet, Shiyu then headed towards the Sishan district with a clear goal. He glanced at the map in the atlas. If he wanted to reach the Sishan district, he had to cross the wild boar forest first. The wild boar forest is home to a ferocious beast called long-spined wild boar. It is extremely powerful, looks ferocious, has sharp fangs, thick skin and flesh, and is covered with hedgehog-like spikes that can defend against attacks. The meat is delicious and juicy. It is a medium-level extraordinary creature that scares children to tears. Shiyu is still young, and tears can't help but flow from the corners of his mouth. According to the atlas, the average growth level of the long-spined boars in the wild boar forest is at the 6th level of awakening. They are considered the backbone beasts of this training session. The long-spined boars should not be easy to mess with. Their combat power is not weak, so their points are not low. However, the more this is the case, the happier Shiyu is. 11. I'll take you to hunt pigs. A000. Wild boar forest. The long-spined boars are extraordinary creatures that live in groups, but in most cases, in a fixed environment, they forage separately, which gives the beastmasters an opportunity to take advantage of them. It will definitely be a headache to deal with a group of wild boars, but dealing with one alone, most of the beastmasters participating in this assessment should have some confidence. Shiyu and 11 shuttled through a jungle trail and came to the vicinity of the wild boar forest. During the period, they did encounter some other creatures, but they were all dozens of points like the earth rat, and Shiyu was not interested at all. It was too troublesome to carry a bunch of burdens to hurry for a few dozen points. There were even creatures that did not give points, such as the green cotton worm, and Shiyu was even more reluctant to look at them. Found it, Shiyu had just arrived near the wild boar forest when he spotted a long-spined boar foraging on the edge. Name, long-spined boar, attribute, earth, racial level, intermediate transcendent, racial skill, petrifying tusks, introduction, a mutated and evolved wild boar, it is good at pig rushing and has great strength. Its tusks can petrify enemies when they hit. Hum. Not only did Shiyu and his team discover the long-spined boar, but the boar also discovered Shiyu and his team. The natural enemies of the long-spined boar include wolves, bears, leopards, birds of prey and other fierce beasts, so they must be alert to any sudden attacks. They are very smart and fierce, and have a strong sense of vigilance. At this time, after sensing danger, it raised its head, and the long thorns on its body suddenly protruded, and it uttered a warning sound. The long-spined boar, who often lives in the wild, knew that it might be targeted by hunters. It looked around cautiously, but when it saw the thin Shiyu and the smaller iron-eating beast cub 11, it was immediately stunned. That's it? The long-spined boar couldn't help but shed frightened tears. Wild boars are omnivorous animals that eat both plants and meat. For the long-spined boar at the moment, it just felt that the two poles suddenly reversed. The hunter turned out to be me. The food was delivered to my door. Chapter 39 Wild Boar Killer. After seeing Shiyu and 11, the long-spiked boar had already thought about which part of them to eat first. Its saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth, its pupils were shining, and its strong and powerful limbs stomped the ground restlessly. The pig rushed forward. This was not a skill, but a simple rampage. The long-spiked boar first locked onto the unknown bear-like creature cub that might be more threatening to it, and raised its fangs wildly and rushed over. Be careful not to let its fangs touch your body, otherwise you will be petrified. In addition, its attack method is mainly to rush forward. Shiyu used telepathy to simply instruct 11, and immediately retreated to a tree to watch the show. This wild boar is nearly 2 meters long, which is a big eye compared to 11, who is nearly 1 meter long. As it rushed over, 11 felt a completely different feeling from the previous battle with the ice armor beast. The sprint speed of the long-spiked boar is not slower than that of the ice armor beast, and in terms of strength and physique, it is even more threatening. For 11 a week ago, perhaps he could only harden his whole body to resist or dodge hastily, but now, 11 stood on his legs, his black and white hair swaying in the wind. With his extremely focused mind, a glimmer of light flashed in his pupils. Intermediate skill, supervision. Under the skilled supervision, 11's visual ability is enhanced to the limit, and his dynamic vision is beyond imagination. At this moment, in his eyes, it seems that the whole world has slowed down. The attack of the pig's sudden advance in petrified fangs, which originally looked fierce, suddenly slowed down many times in 11's eyes. The line of sight can clearly capture the enemy, leaving 11 with more time to react. Bang! Because the long-spined boar's movements are mainly based on running and rushing, it is difficult to change direction during the movement. Taking advantage of this, it is actually very easy to dodge the attack and then counterattack. When the long-spined boar rushed over, 11 directly took advantage of the situation and turned sideways and successfully dodged. Where is the prey? After sensing that the prey disappeared from his side in an instant and crashing into nothingness, the long-spined boar was at a loss. The next moment, the small iron beast that dodged sideways reacted extremely quickly and launched a counterattack. After all, it had been practicing in its mind since it saw the attack mode of the long-spined wild boar. At this time, its bare paw was instantly covered with hardened, and it directly slapped the long-spined wild boar that passed by. The hardened bare paw came into contact with the long thorns on the wild boar, and the long thorns broke immediately. Then, a huge impact force came from the side, making the long-spined wild boar feel like a raging sea in its body, and it felt something was wrong. With a painful howl, under the inertia of the wild boar's sprint and the impact of 11, the huge long-spined wild boar actually rolled directly to the diagonal direction. After being knocked over, the long-spined wild boar, which was knocked unconscious, kept rolling on the ground. The pain made it unable to stand up. It looked terrified, and the food hit people. 11. Finished the knife. As an excellent beastmaster, Shiyu always teaches his pets some excellent qualities. At his command, 11 immediately changed to all fours, with his left front foot and right hind foot taking steps at the same time, and charged at the wild boar with an inward-facing foot, which looked even more fierce than the pig's previous charge. Hardening, head, collision. With the power of the sprint, 11 hardened his head directly and came into close contact with the head of the long-spined wild boar. With a bang, the long-spined wild boar's eyes turned wide, and it was completely fainted. Green cotton worm, tie it up. Shiyu opened the zipper of his backpack, and a small green worm came out reluctantly, and tied the huge wild boar with the worm silk. Soon, a long-spined wild boar worth 350 points and with a growth level of level 7 was easily hunted by Shiyu and his team. Sure enough, the combat power is not at the same level. Shiyu looked at the long-spined wild boar tied up by the white silk thread, and had a new understanding of 11's combat power. It seems that the only ones who can pose a threat to 11 in this state may be those small bosses with a growth level of level 10. A long-thorn boar with a single attack mode like this was directly suppressed to death by supervision and hardening. However, if it was Chenkai's ice armor beast, Shiyu felt that even if he could win in a single fight, it would take a lot of effort. Aooo. At this time, in the monitoring room of the nearest safe zone, a staff member who was browsing the surveillance suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he quickly zoomed in on a surveillance screen. Brothers, someone has opened up here. An apprentice beastmaster has killed a long-spined wild boar and entered the wild boar forest alone. The security personnel around heard his words and immediately leaned over to look. In the overhead view from the mechanical bird, a young iron-eating beast was dragging the body of a long-spined wild boar with a white robe, following Shiyu. One man and one beast, with great skill and courage, entered the wild boar forest marked as dangerous on the map. That iron-eating beast, from the size, it seems to be a cub? The growth level should not exceed level 7, how did it easily defeat the long-spined wild boar? The reason why it is said to be easy is that 11 is now dragging the wild boar leisurely. If it is a difficult victory, what Shiyu and his team should do first is to take the relatively safe road marked on the map, enter the safe zone, convert the wild boar into points and take a rest first, instead of dragging a wild boar deep into its territory. I didn't see it. Let's watch the replay tonight, the security guard who first noticed Shiyu and his team said. With so many scenes, how could he have noticed Shiyu and his team at the beginning? Keep an eye on him first. It is dangerous for one person to enter the wild boar forest, but as long as they are smart enough to climb trees, the long-spined wild boars can't hurt them, a security guard said. Shiyu and his team were the first group of assessors to have made significant gains, which immediately attracted the special attention of the security guards of the nearest safe zone. Soon, under their attention, Shiyu went deep into the wild boar forest and secretly found several long-spined wild boars gathered together, hiding behind a tree in the distance. Shiyu and 11 looked at the 4 long-spined wild boars foraging in the woods ahead, showing different expressions. Shiyu was thinking whether 11 could fight 4 alone. Zioshi Tisha was thinking, why didn't Shiyu let him rush? 11, do you want to give it a try? You have mastery level hardening, so you can fight with your whole body hardened. They shouldn't pose a threat to you. With mastery level hardening and supervision, Shiyu felt that there would be no problem. After all, this kind of wild boar has a single action and a low growth level. 11's wildness also came out 1 versus 4. It sounds exciting. Well, King Mian and I will cheer you on behind a tree. It all depends on you, Shiyu encouraged. 11 was discouraged. Okay. Next, 11 put down the wild boar trophy he was dragging, left Shiyu and the others, and walked towards the group of long-thorn wild boars alone. Fuck, how dare they do that? This action made the security personnel in the monitoring room of the safe zone who were paying attention to Shiyu shout immediately. His shout attracted the attention of other security personnel in the room again. What's wrong? The trainee beastmaster with the little iron-eating beast. His iron-eating beast rushed towards the 4 long-spined wild boars alone. What? Did he become arrogant after defeating one? The group of security personnel looked over. How could there be such a suicidal examiner? Even if it was a level 10 pet, it would be difficult to face 4 long-spined wild boars alone. Then, under their surveillance, 11 walked into the perception range of the 4 long-spined wild boars. Oh ho ho. There was an unknown creature approaching, and it was a bear-like creature that looked like a natural enemy. The 4 long-spined wild boars immediately showed a vigilant look. However, after discovering that 11 was just a tiny cub less than 1 meter tall, their hearts immediately changed like the long-spined wild boar just now. What's going on? Where did this guy come from? Is he here to give them a snack? The 4 long-spined wild boars were still in the observation stage, and at this moment, something unexpected happened to them. The little iron-eating beast far away from them suddenly stretched out 2 hands, stretched out to the corners of its mouth, opened its mouth, and made a provocative face. Lulululu 11 tactically twatted. Fuck, the security personnel were even more shocked. Seeking death? Oh hum hum hum, humph, humph, humph. The 4 long-spiked wild boars launched a pig charge at the same time, stabbing at 11 with their sharp fangs. Since the 4 wild boars rushed in from different directions, 11's supervision had not yet reached the level of 360 degrees without blind spots, so he did not dare to be careless and hardened his whole body directly. In an instant, the metallic luster filled its whole body. The black hair part had a deep metallic texture, and the white hair part was hardened like silver. After completing the armament, 11 screamed, and in the same way as the previous wild boar, he directly sideways and smashed the first wild boar that approached it. The next second, the second wild boar hit 11's body, but this long-spined wild boar only felt like it hit a large piece of steel. It didn't know what the enemy felt, it only knew that its fangs seemed to be shattered. Ouch! The second wild boar screamed, and 11, who was accidentally hit, was definitely not injured. The opponent didn't even break its defense, but just made the hardened part more oil-like. However, the huge impact force still made 11 stagger directly, and his body was pushed out a little. Because of being hit, 11's wildness was aroused, and his expression was particularly fierce. He rushed directly to the wild boar next to him and knocked it over with a collision. Then, he looked for the remaining enemies with a fierce look. As for the remaining 2 long-spined wild boars, because they were far away at the beginning, they failed to contact 11 in the first time, resulting in the battle range being occupied by the first 2 wild boars. In this process, they clearly saw how their 2 companions were knocked over by this little guy who suddenly turned into a lump of steel. At this moment, they had no intention of continuing to fight. Wild creatures are very realistic. If they are not at a dead end, their first reaction when they encounter a strong enemy is definitely to run away. However, 11 did not intend to give them a chance to escape. He locked onto a long-spined wild boar that turned around and ran into it fearlessly, scaring the wild boar so much that it screamed and jumped up while running. Fuck, this was the 3rd fuck in the monitoring room of the safe zone. The 4 security guards surrounding the monitoring screen looked at the screen with incredible eyes and rubbed their eyes hard. Wait a minute, they didn't see it wrong? The young iron-eating beast faced 4 long-spined wild boars, knocked down 2 of them in 2 encounters, and then scared the other 2 to flee and chased after them? A real wild boar killer. Mastery level hardening? Who is this examiner? A security guard suddenly said with a serious expression. Chapter 40 Temporary First. Mastery level skills. This is obviously unscientific for a 2-year-old iron-eating beast cub. Iron-eating beasts are not pets that like to be trained, so the skill proficiency of iron-eating beasts is generally not very high. In battle, they mostly rely on their excellent physical fitness to defeat their opponents, rather than relying on skills. Even if this iron-eating beast has been training since its mother's womb, it is too outrageous. If it is an adult iron-eating beast, it would be fine, but the key is that it is a cub. It seems to be this name. Do you know him? I remember you studied at Zahashi Martial Arts School. Is he from your martial arts school? A person next to him took a list and asked the security guard who asked who Shiyu was. No. I haven't heard of him, the security guard said. Several people looked at each other. So what's the matter with this Shiyu and this little iron-eating beast? Green cotton worm. At this time, the screen showed a scene that made several people feel annoyed. On Shiyu's side, 11 had successfully defeated all 4 long-thorn wild boars. At this time, it was the turn of the green cotton worm to take action. It crawled out of Shiyu's backpack and spit out silk with all its strength to tie up the long-spined wild boars. Isn't he an apprentice beast master? How come he has a second pet? Seeing the green cotton worm, several people were even more surprised. Maybe there is no contract, just an additional pet. It's not that no beastmaster has done this before, but for ordinary beastmasters, it is too difficult. It's okay to raise it as a pet like raising a pet cat or dog, but if you want to cultivate it into a combat pet that understands commands and is willing to fight, it is very difficult without a contract, which is probably equivalent to the difference between a pet dog and a police dog. In other words, Shiyu has a telepathic talent that can make the green cotton worm understand his meaning a little, otherwise this green cotton worm will definitely not be as obedient as it is now. This examiner is awesome. Not only does he have such a strong iron-eating beast cub, he even raises an extra green cotton worm. I think the silk of this green cotton worm is not low either. It is inevitable that it will evolve into a wind crystal butterfly. Brothers, let's bet on a cigarette. I bet they can rank in the top 3 of this assessment. The security personnel in the monitoring room of the safe zone started talking noisily. Okay, don't worry about him for now. Someone has been injured, but soon, the discussion stopped and several people were scolded by a serious security guard. Now is the working stage. We can't focus all our attention on Shiyu. It's good to know that Shiyu is not going to die. Other beast masters also need some attention. Although the training has just begun, there are already beast masters and pets injured. They have to deal with them quickly. Wild Boar Forest. Great harvest. Shiyu and his friends didn't know that their achievements had been noticed by some security guards. At this time, he was happily looking at the long-spined wild boars tied up in a string. He was in a good mood. Very good, 1,750 points were obtained. These points did not seem to be that difficult to obtain. Compared with the points, Shiyu was more greedy for the meat of the long-spined wild boar. He had the honor of eating chili-fried wild boar meat in the cafeteria of the breeding base in Binghain City before. I wonder how it tastes if I prepare it myself. By the way, the spoils of war should be edible. Shiyu looked at 11, and 11 shook his head. I don't know, don't ask it. It is only responsible for fighting and has no interest in wild boar meat. Compared with wild boar meat, it is more concerned about the bamboo shoots in Shiyu's backpack. Gurgle, after the battle, 11's stomach growled. Although it looks fierce, it is a cub after all, and the consumption of fighting like this is also very large. I know. Shiyu took out 2 sections of cut iron bamboo shoots and threw them to 11. At the same time, Shiyu also put the green cotton worm on the tree trunk and said, "Go find some leaves first." There seems to be no spiritual plants in this wild boar forest. The green cotton worm spit out so many silk threads, it must be as exhausted as 11. Green cotton worm. Shiyu and his team rested for about 20 minutes before continuing to go deeper. This time, dragging 5 long-spiked wild boars was a bit strenuous even for 11. Shiyu helped Shongwell to lend a hand, just as he also exercised his body. Next, they will continue to shuttle through the wild boar forest and reach the nearest safe zone. Then after passing that safe zone, they can go to the magnetic mountain area with electric slimes. In front, Shiyu and 11 pulled 2 ropes made of worm silk, and the green cotton worm lay in the backpack behind to replenish his energy, because there might be wild boars that need it to tie up later. After walking for about 5 minutes, 11 suddenly stopped. "Are there wild boars?" Shiyu asked. 11 nodded. Then, Shiyu heard a noisy sound not far away. However, when he heard this sound, Shiyu had a strange expression. This sound was similar to the scream of a wild boar, but not completely like it. Instead, it was more like the scream of a human. Run, there is a tree in front, run up the tree. My God, why did 10 long-thorned wild boars suddenly run out? How can we fight them? Not long after, Shiyu saw clearly that it was a group of wild boars chasing 2 people. Next to the 2 people, there was also an ice dog with a growth level of 6 and a snow marten with a growth level of 7. Using the Duranen skills, the ice dog and the snow marten occasionally interfered with the speed of the wild boar group to create an opportunity for their own evacuation. As for the long-thorned wild boars behind, the average level is above the growth level of 6, and 2 versus 10 is estimated to be very difficult. After all, these 2 pets are not 11, and it is no wonder that the 2 beast masters will run away frantically. They dare not face such a large number of long-thorned wild boars, but they don't want to give up the assessment and choose to ask for help, so they can only run away and see. The trees nearby are very thick, and the long-thorned boars can't knock them down for a while. As long as they climb up the trees, the boars will be helpless. Wait, there seems to be someone ahead. A running beast master suddenly saw Shiyu in front of him. Oh, not only them, The group of long-thorn boars also smelled the scent of their companions. 10 at once, Shiyu and 11 stood there. And Shiyu was calculating the winning rate of 11 against 10 long-thorn boars. Generally, long-thorn boars can't break 11's defense in a state of full-body hardening. Even if they break, they can still heal at a high speed, so it's all 11's physical strength that is tested. Forget it, what are you estimating? Shiyu quickly shook his head, because this group of realistic wild boars, after seeing their companions in the distance fall to the ground and be strung together, they turned around and ran away without saying a word, without any intention of fighting. Oh, slip away. In the back, a group of wild boars fled in all directions, leaving the two apprentice beastmasters, the ice dog, and the snow marten in a daze. Run away? Don't chase them anymore. Then, they saw Shiyu and the little iron beast dragging 5 long-spined wild boar trophies slowly approaching. The scene was extremely spectacular. Oh my god, the beastmaster of the ice dog exclaimed, looking at the trophies dragged by Shiyu in disbelief. He had some impression of Shiyu. They entered Xianmeng Mountain from the same entrance together. It had only been such a short time. What was going on with a group of long-spined wild boars behind Shiyu? At this time, the beastmaster of the snow marten also knew why the group of long-spined wild boars ran away, because Shiyu and his group, who were dragging a group of long-spined wild boars, had a particularly strong aura, not to mention the wild boars. Even he was startled. If you want to find a lone long-spined boar, go to the outskirts, don't go deep into the forest, Shiyu casually reminded them after passing by them, and continued to drag a bunch of long-spined boars with 11 on the road. Got it, thank you, big brother, the two hurriedly thanked him, but after being chased by wild boars, they had no intention of hunting for the time being, and planned to go to the safe area to rest first. After taking a breath in the place, they chose to follow Shiyu from a distance. After all, the road Shiyu took was the road that could pass through the forest and reach the safe area in the wild boar forest. Next, because they were dragging 5 long-spined boar trophies, the wild long-spined boars completely regarded Shiyu and his team as top hunters. Even if Shiyu and 11 looked easy to bully, no wild boar dared to approach them. And dragging so many long-spined boars, Shiyu did not have the idea of actively looking for trouble with the long-spined boars for the time being. It was almost afternoon now, and he hadn't had time to eat lunch yet, so he might as well go directly to the safe area to place the wild boars. After spending some time, Shiyu and his team finally arrived at a small safe zone surrounded by wood and thorns, which looked like a small village. When Shiyu arrived here, there were already 5 or 6 people here. It was unknown whether they came through the wild boar forest or took other safer roads. There were no extra houses in the safe zone, only monitoring rooms and medical rooms, so the examinees could only sit under the straw shed outside for a short rest. At this time, half of the examinees sitting outside to rest looked quite normal, but the other half were covered in dust. Shiyu also saw a young man with red clothes and a white bandage on his arm. Was he hit by a wild boar? There was also a beastmaster with scabs on his face. The scabs looked like scars. Damn, was he disfigured by a mantis and then healed? Because of the existence of healing pets, as long as the examinee does not die on the spot, the chance of saving him is still quite high. That being said, Shiyu still swallowed his saliva subconsciously when he saw the 2 or 3 beastmasters with bandages. It's so miserable. Don't scare him. Shiyu felt that these wounded people were discouraging him from continuing to hunt the level 10 boss. When Shiyu entered here and glanced at the examinees who had arrived at the safe zone here, the examinees were also paying attention to Shiyu who had just entered. When these 6 people saw Shiyu and the little iron beast dragging 5 long-spined wild boars in, their eyes immediately widened, as if they had seen something unbelievable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did they count correctly? 5? After looking carefully again, they were sure that Shiyu was the only one who came in at this time, which means that Shiyu hunted 5 long-spined wild boars alone? Where did this great god come from? Although the long-spined boar is not the most powerful beast in Xianmeng Mountain, it is not easy for everyone to hunt 5 in a row. After all, pets have limited physical strength, and not much time has passed. You are finally here. At this time, a security guard in a blue uniform came out of the monitoring room and said, I have been paying attention to you for a long time in the monitoring. You are a very strong iron-eating beast. Do you want to register your points? I will register for you. Shiyu looked over and nodded. Well, Register for me. By the way, can I eat this wild boar? The security guard was stunned. How do you want to eat it? Roasted wild boar. I advise you not to eat it. The meat of the long-spined boar is delicious, but it has to go through many processes. Shiyu was very disappointed. Can he only eat the braised beef instant noodles in his backpack? I wanted to eat well in the afternoon to copy the multiplication skill. Xianmeng Mountain Training Base. General Monitoring Room. Unlike the safety zones in Xianmeng Mountain, where each safety zone only needs to monitor the situation within a fixed range, here we have to pay attention to the situation of the entire Xianmeng Mountain, so the control over the situation of individual assessors is not very in place. However, by watching the points uploaded in real time from the safety zone, the 5 professional Beastmasters here can also quickly know which player performed well. At present, the big screen shows that the first in points is an apprentice Beastmaster named Zifei, with 1,500 points. Not long after he entered Xianmeng Mountain, he successfully hunted a rock-back lizard with a growth level of 9, and has maintained the first place in points for a long time. At this time, the points finally changed again, and the name Shiyu suddenly jumped to the first place with 1,750 points. Chapter 41, The Thunder Cultivation Route of the Iron-Eating Beast. Oh, the first place has finally changed. In the main monitoring room, 5 professional Beastmasters were enjoying the air conditioning and commenting on the real-time points. They were not directly responsible for security work. Generally speaking, the rescue of the examinees was still the responsibility of the security company personnel. It seems that 5 long-spined wild boars were hunted. Good guy, it looks like a very energetic Beastmaster and pet combination. After just a little comment, they changed the topic and did not pay too much attention to this change. After all, it was only a few hours ago, and it was still a long time before the end of the assessment. Professional Beastmasters are undoubtedly Beastmasters with extraordinary pets, but those security personnel who have not passed the professional assessment may not be without extraordinary combat power. The Beastmaster's beast control space reaches the 2nd level, the space crystal wall changes from colorless to gray, and the pet's growth level reaches the extraordinary level. This is the basic condition for participating in the professional assessment. The so-called professional Beastmaster is the elite selected from the Beastmasters who meet this condition. They must be excellent in theoretical knowledge, wilderness survival, and practical ability. Therefore, these Beastmasters who are qualified to participate in the professional assessment but failed to pass are not necessarily as good as most trainee Beastmasters. Compared with the trainee title, the title of semi-professional Beastmaster is more suitable for them. For example, Yankee, one of the security personnel this time, is a semi-professional Beastmaster. His level is high enough, and the level of his pet is also high enough, but he just failed to pass the professional assessment and could not beat others, which led to not getting the certificate. Yankee was born and raised in Pingcheng. His initial pet was an iron-eating beast. He entered the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall, the base camp of the iron-eating beast, to study. Therefore, he has a good understanding of iron-eating beasts. When he saw the performance of Shiyu's iron-eating beast through the surveillance, he realized that Shiyu and Shitai were not simple. After staying in the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall, the base camp of the iron-eating beast, for so long, he had never seen an iron-eating beast that mastered the mastery level of hardening when it was a cub. This is outrageous. You know, his iron-eating beast is already extraordinary, and he has been cultivating it for 5 or 6 years. At present, the hardening proficiency level has just reached the mastery level not long ago. In short, Shiyu is definitely not simple. Out of curiosity, during the break, he used his personal mobile phone to call Hashi Martial Arts School and found the Master Lin who was teaching in the martial arts school. Master Lin, do you remember me? I'm Zioki, the Yankee nicknamed Little Bear, the person on the other end of the phone said. The little bear Yankee who didn't pass the 2-year professional assessment and went to work in a security company. It hurts. Yankee smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed our Hashi Martial Arts School. Master Lin, I'm currently in charge of security work at the Xianmeng Mountain Training Base, and I met a very interesting Beastmaster. His iron-eating beast is only about 2 years old, but it has mastered the mastery level of hardening. It's outrageous. Is this the new junior brother of ours Hashi Martial Arts School? I really don't have any impression, and I haven't heard of anyone, so I'm calling to ask you. By the way, his name is Shiyu, Hashi Martial Arts School. In a very elegant house with mountains and water, A middle-aged man with a meticulous expression was silent for a while. A 2-year-old iron-eating beast, mastering the hardening level? Is Yankee sure he is not kidding? How is this possible? It can be said that all the iron-eating beasts in Bengawan City come from the Tizu breeding base. If there is such a talented iron-eating beast, he must know it. What do you say his name is? Shiyu, called Shiyu, Shiyu. Is it him? Lin Hongnian remembered that Dr. Lu from Gudu University came to visit him at Zhashi Martial Arts Hall a few days ago. The other party seemed to say that he was entrusted to help train a distant relative. That relative was called Shiyu? Because Shiyu's initial pet was an iron-eating beast, he found him. And he also took a high-level resource obtained from the ruins as a reward. Regarding Shiyu, Lin Hongnian also investigated the pet collection situation of the Tizu breeding base. The result of the investigation was, Shiyu's information was very ordinary. His pets were all bought with loans. He was born and raised in Pingcheng. He had no idea how Shiyu was related to Lu Qingyi, who was considered a proud girl in the whole country. However, he couldn't refuse to sell Dr. Lu's favor, not to mention that the other party also gave him a valuable enough reward. The iron-eating beast that Shiyu received is obviously only a little over 1 year old, and he has received the iron-eating beast for no more than a month. Right, mastery level hardening. Lin Hongnian discovered the blind spot and his expression became serious. Did Dr. Lu help him cultivate it with a special method? Otherwise, Lin Hongnian couldn't think of how an apprentice beast master could cultivate the racial skills of a young iron-eating beast to the mastery level in such a short time. Maybe Lu Qingyi gave Shiyu some rare cultivation resources. Master Lin, Yankee spoke again after finding that there was no sound on the other end of the phone for a long time. Yankee, you mean that Shiyu is training in Xianmeng Mountain, right? Yes, well, I know, got it? So is he an apprentice of ours Zhashi Martial Arts School? Lin Hongnian said, not yet, but maybe later. By the way, since his iron-eating beast has reached the mastery level and is also in Xianmeng Mountain, and you are there too, you should guide him to the Sishan district so that he can mainly train there, even if it is to lay the foundation for learning martial arts skills in advance. Yankee hadn't reacted yet. Damn, what's going on? I have to teach martial arts skills before I get started? He was jealous. Safe zone. Shiyu ate the instant noodles and 2 sausages, which was barely not hungry. After he was ready to take a rest, he went straight to the Sishan district to play with the electric slime. As for the 5 long-thorned wild boars, they finally didn't have to be dragged anymore, and they could just be left here. When Shiyu was quietly meditating and resting in the corner of the straw hut, the security guard who is responsible for registering his points came over again. What's wrong? Shiyu opened his eyes and turned to look at the other person. Yankee laughed and said, nothing, just to meet you. My name is Yankee, are you going to continue hunting in the afternoon? Shiyu nodded. Then I suggest going to your Sishan area. There is a kind of electric ore there, which is considered a first-level energy iron ore resource in one of the recipes of the iron-eating beast. Electric iron ore. Shiyu recalled that this did seem to be a recommended food in the iron-eating beast breeding manual, but the recommendation priority was not very high. Compared with iron bamboo, it does not have much effect on hardening skills and self-growth. At most, it can be regarded as eating a full stomach. Come with me, Yankee called Shiyu and planned to go to a relatively open place to talk. What does this person want to do? Shiyu was stunned and followed him, deciding to see what the security guard was up to. I'm actually an apprentice of Zhashi Martial Arts School, and my initial pet is also an iron-eating beast. By the way, do you know what the 2 mysteries of Zhashi Martial Arts School are? Yankee said after leaving the straw hut. I remember, there is a skill called Thunder Palm and a skill called Cannon Fist, right? Shiyu recalled. It turns out that this guy's an apprentice of Zhashi Martial Arts School. No wonder he is so interested in me and the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beasts taught by Zhashi Martial Arts School are famous for their ability to control fire and lightning. Their unique skills are Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Shiyu is of course clear about this, after all, he has to go to the martial arts school to learn later. Well, it's Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. With special training methods, the iron-eating beast has a chance to awaken the ability to control fire and lightning. For example, if you want to control lightning, one of the basics is that the iron-eating beast needs to eat some metal minerals with electrical properties, such as electric ore. Why tell me this? If a pet wants to master some skills outside of its race, it must be trained in a targeted manner, and food is a very important part of it, which Shiyu also knows. However, it is definitely not enough to just eat electric ore, otherwise it would not become the unique skill secret of Zushi Martial Arts School. Even if it is not as complicated as the evolution of the green cotton worm to the goddess of light butterfly, it is impossible that only one kind of food is enough. I heard from Master Lin of Zushi Martial Arts School that you may go to the martial arts school to study in the future, so I just want to say hello to you in advance. The minimum requirement for eating electric ore is that the hardening of the iron-eating beast reaches the proficient level. The hardening of your iron-eating beast is already at the proficient level, so it is definitely not a problem to perfectly absorb the nutrition of electric ore, if you plan to study in Zushi Martial Arts School in the future. In fact, the most suitable training environment for you in Xianmeng Mountain is the Sishan area. There are many electric mines and many lightning creatures there. Eating electric ore and letting the body be constantly attacked by lightning is actually the basic training for mastering the skill Thunder Palm. I think you can get in touch with it in advance. Skill, Thunder Palm, Skill Level, Intermediate, Introduction, Thunder Skill, gather high-intensity electric current on the palm, making the palm as strong as a sharp blade with strong penetrating power and paralysis effect. Yankee said with a smile, but sighed in his heart, because his iron-eating beast was at the extraordinary level, but he had not yet successfully mastered the Thunder Palm. He could only linger a tiny electric current on his palm, which could not form a skill at all. If he could master the Thunder Palm, he would have passed the professional assessment long ago. The Thunder Palm alone is powerful enough. If it is a combination of hardening and Thunder Palm, the power, Yankee yearned for it. Is that so? Thank you. Shiyu didn't expect that before he visited Zushi Martial Arts School, there were already apprentices from the martial arts school who knew him. Is this the first teaching from the Master Lin? He originally planned to go to the Sishan district to copy the multiplication skill, but now it seems that there are other reasons to go. As for eating, Shiyu felt that the electric mines in the Sishan area could not be exchanged for points. If the actual combat and training intensity of the 11th were too high in the next 3 days, they would probably all go into the stomach of the 11th. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Electric Mine. Little Bear Yankee didn't chat with Shiyu for too long. After all, he still had work to do. 11. I'll take you to eat delicious food. In the afternoon, Shiyu called 11 out of the beast taming space again. 11 was exhausted from the battles and travel in the morning, but he just took a nap in the beast taming space and almost recovered completely. This is the power of the beast taming space. Shiyu himself was still full of energy after a short rest. With a new goal, Shiyu didn't want to delay too much and planned to continue with 11. 11's figure slowly emerged in the outside world. When it heard the word eat, it subconsciously wiped its mouth with its arm. Because of the skill illustrations, Shiyu's physique should be better than other beast masters of the same level. When he was ready to set off again, the other examinees who arrived in the safe zone first or later were still resting. When these people saw Shiyu and the little iron beast leave the safe zone, they looked at each other. Did they just hunt 5 long-thorned wild boars in the morning? They went hunting again in the blink of an eye. Is their liver okay? If Chen Kai were here, he would definitely say, "You are worthy of being my role model." Sishan area. This is actually a mountain covered with a special electromagnetic field. The special environment has given birth to many magnetic ores called electric mines. Electric mines are very dangerous and will suddenly discharge electricity, but this kind of electricity is also the favorite snack for many thunder creatures. The map in the atlas indicates that the Sishan area is one of the most dangerous areas in Xianmeng Mountain, where level 10 beasts live. Moreover, most of them are thunder beasts known for their skill attack power and destructive power. In addition, the special magnetic field here, although not strong, is not suitable for apprentice beast masters with weak constitutions to stay for a long time. If the time is too long, it may have a certain impact on the liver and brain of the beast master, causing the beast master to hallucinate. However, despite the danger, Shiyu said that he still had to come. Compared with the ruins, this place is already very friendly, and he also brought his own food. Is that the electric mine? With a clear goal, Shiyu and Shitai avoided some ferocious beasts to avoid wasting unnecessary energy. It took only half an hour to reach the edge of the magnetic mountain area. At the junction of the mountain and the ground, Shi quickly discovered a special blue-white mineral, and vowed to remind Shi. The electric mine is a prismatic mineral, like a protruding rock sandwiched between the ground and the magnetic mountain, and it bursts out current from time to time. Judging from the black scorch marks around it, the current intensity seems to be quite high. While your whole body is hardened, go break off a piece and try it, Shi urged. Greek letter sigma, degree. To be honest, Shi had never eaten electric mine before, just like he had never eaten green cotton worms, so when he encountered this novel food, he would always doubt whether he could eat it. Foodies are also very particular, and they don't eat everything. If they get sick, it will affect their training. Don't worry, it's edible. The basic requirement for the iron-eating beast to eat the first-level lightning metal mineral resource, the electric ore, is the skilled hardening. 11 has mastered the hardening, so there must be no problem with digestion. Ouch! 11 heard this and reluctantly approached the electric ore carefully. It hardened its palm and broke it hard. Bang! When the electric ore was broken out, the lightning suddenly burst, and the sound scared 11, causing it to sit on the ground. Shiyu, how could it be so stupid? It was so fierce in the battle, how could it explode when digging a mine? Ouch! 11 felt very embarrassed. It quickly got up and picked up the fallen electric ore again. At this time, the electric current stimulated 11's whole body, making it feel numb, and its hair exploded, and it was very uncomfortable. Before, whether it was before eating the iron bamboo part or before eating the iron heartwood, 11 could smell the aroma of food in advance. But this thing didn't. On the contrary, it looked and felt very dangerous. Can it really be eaten? 11 turned and handed it to Shiyu. Otherwise, the Beastmaster should eat first? It's okay. You eat first. You don't have to worry about hurting your body. You have mastered the high-speed healing level. The electrical burns in your body can also be healed automatically. World-famous painting, Lord's kindness and filial piety. What Shiyu said does make sense. The reason why the iron-eating beast is required to master the mastery-level hardening that can arm the whole body before eating the electric ore is to prevent the electric current from hurting the fragile cells in the iron-eating beast's body. However, in fact, it's okay for 11 to get hurt. The entry-level high-speed healing can heal external injuries, and the master-level high-speed healing can even heal internal injuries. So, it's completely fine. Shiyu is very relieved. Even with this healing skill, 11 can eat a large amount of electric ore in a short period of time without worrying about the burden on the body, so as to awaken the thunder talent faster. Master-level high-speed healing. This is why Shiyu thinks that 11 can eat a mountain in 3 days. Ah, the Beastmaster said so, and 11 showed a resolute expression. Bang! It hardened its whole body directly, and bit the electric ore stuffed into its mouth with its hardened teeth. Crackling. 11 tried to chew the electric ore. The electric current jumped, and it felt like popping candy. After chewing, 11 tried to swallow the electric ore. As 11 swallowed the electric ore, the electric current in his body made him numb again, and then he was extremely shocked. Although it was not delicious, the numbness after swallowing the electric ore was as strange as the touch of lightning exploding in his body. He did not reject this feeling, and even felt that it was as comfortable as during the special training. It seemed that he could really eat it. Burp 11 opened his mouth and spit out a weak arc of electricity, then patted his belly and looked at Shiyu. Anything else? Well, it seems that there is no problem. Then let's continue to find more electric ore to eat, Shiyu said. According to the description of the apprentice of Hushi Martial Arts School, after the iron-eating beast eats a large amount of electric ore, it will develop a certain affinity with lightning and accumulate a certain talent for lightning. In this process, being struck by lightning more often can also accelerate the development of lightning talent. These are the basic conditions for mastering thunder skills. In fact, Shiyu is still very interested in thunder skills. If it is fire ore or cold iron ore, he will definitely not be so concerned. Given the limited number of skills included in the skill atlas, he is more inclined to let the iron-eating beast learn thunder skills than fire cannon fist. The reason is simple. Gold and thunder are more compatible than gold and fire. For those powerful beast masters, a single skill is just the basis. Combining different basic skills to form a combination skill is the real entry in cultivating pets. Combination skills are very difficult for ordinary beast masters, because it tests the proficiency between different skills. If the proficiency is not high enough, The skills cannot be perfectly combined and connected. In the case of difficult-to-train skill proficiency, there are very few Beastmasters who can play two skills to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Basically, only those Master Beastmasters can do it, but for Shiyu, it may not be that difficult. Because he can quickly brush proficiency. For example, he brushed hardening to the superb level, and this skill can even form a long-range combination skill with thunder skills. The perfect level of hardening skills is marked by flow and superposition, while the superb level is marked by externalization and application. It is said that only one iron-eating beast in the entire Icefield City has achieved this. It means that the hardened material can be used to condense weapons separated from the body, or to superimpose a layer of hardening on other external objects. Shiyu found this effect very interesting. Therefore, Shiyu was thinking, if 11 masters the superb level of hardening, he can condense a metal shell in front of his palm, and then use electromagnetic force to accelerate and throw it out. How violent it would be. The close-range hardening skill directly becomes a dual-system high-destructive long-range combination skill electromagnetic cannon. Gold and thunder are the main breeding routes for iron-eating beasts that Shiyu has tentatively decided. Most pets have only one main attribute, and in order to form a powerful combination skill, some powerful beastmasters like to let pets learn some skills of other attributes for combination. This secondary attribute is generally called a secondary attribute. Shiyu planned to focus on gold and thunder, mainly because these two attributes are easier to form a combination skill. In comparison, gold and fire are not as compatible as thunder. Is this an electric scorpion? While continuing to search for electric mines and electric slimes, Shiyu and his team were the first to discover a new electric mine. This time, the electric mine was not a single one, but 3 or 4 were grouped together. However, unlike before, there was a fierce beast guarding the electric mine this time. 2 electric scorpions the size of forearms, with purple bodies and lightning patterns, were absorbing the electricity leaking from the electric mine. Name: Electric Scorpion. Attribute: Thunder. Racial level: Low level transcendent. Racial skill: Electric Sting. The electric scorpion can absorb lightning and store it in its body, and then use its tail sting to input the current with toxins into the enemy's body, thereby killing the opponent. Although its race is a low-level transcendent, at the same level as the green cottonworm, it is much more threatening than the green cottonworm. Squeak. At this time, seeing other creatures approaching, the 2 electric scorpions at about level 5 were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But before they could react, they were pinched in Eleven's hands one by one. As for their electric spikes, they could not penetrate Eleven's hardened skin at all. 11 shook his arms like a windmill, turned a few times and threw the electric scorpion far away. Because the target was 3 level 10 electric slimes, Shiyu simply ignored this small character. After driving away the competitors, 11 began to dig these electric mines. Their goal: to eat up all the electric mines in the magnetic mountain area. The registration fee has been paid, so there is no need to save resources. I guess the Pingchang Beast Tamer Association is not short of these electric mines. Chapter 43, Replication and Multiplication. What are these two guys doing? The session area is obviously also an area of focus. In the monitoring room of the training base headquarters, as Shiyu briefly won the first place in points through 5 long-thorn wild boars, he also became the main focus of the 5 professional beastmasters. On a whim, a professional beastmaster looked for Shiyu's figure on the monitoring, and he really found him. However, Shiyu's current behavior really made him unpredictable. On the screen, Shiyu and the iron-eating beast broke into the territory of the thunder beasts like bullies. Then, the little iron-eating beast knocked down the thunder beasts in a few moves, and then the turning point came. Shiyu and the iron-eating beast did not have the mentality of participating in the training assessment at all. They threw the beasts far away and did not seem to care about the points they represented. In addition, they dug and dug the electrical mines that represented points, but they did not intend to exchange them for points. Instead, the iron-eating beast opened its mouth and destroyed them all with a snap. They just kept robbing along the way. Mastery level hardening. This iron-eating beast is not right. A professional beastmaster came over to look at the screen, and said with his mouth slightly opened, "Where did this new monster come from? The truly excellent beastmasters and pets can't hide." Shiyu and his team can easily kill the beasts that block the road all the way, relying on mastery level hardening and skilled supervision. Invincible, unbeatable. Naturally, This group of professional beastmasters quickly noticed the extraordinariness of Shiyu and 11, and they all spoke in surprise. No wonder they were able to hunt 5 wild boars. When I was an apprentice, I was far worse than them. This examiner obviously doesn't care about these small points. His target must be a level 10 creature. From the performance of this iron-eating beast in the picture, it is not a problem to fight against a level 10 creature. The level 10 creature in the Sishin district are the 3 electric slimes transported from outside. Joe Wanshin, the general person in charge of the training, said, "It is a slime. I don't know if they can deal with it, but even if they can't deal with it, there will be no problem to escape unscathed. Slimes are very slow-moving creatures. As long as you can pass the physical test in high school, you will not be caught up by slimes. On the contrary, even if Shiyu and his team can defeat the electric slime, it is estimated that they will have to pay a price. The main reason is that the discharge of the electric slime is a thunder skill, which is very penetrating and powerful. In addition, the difference between the two is 4 levels, so even if it is a mastery level hardening, it may not be as unscathed as dealing with those low-level beasts." Xianmang Mountain, Sishin District, Electric Cave. After eating a bunch of electric ore, Shiyu successfully imprinted the smell of electric ore in his mind. Then, relying on his sensitive sense of smell, Shiyu and his team found this place. Finally found the first electric slime. Outside the small cave, Shiyu looked excited. Finally found an electric slime. The electric slime is a blue-purple mud-like creature, very similar to the electric ore, and it bursts out electric current from time to time. At this time, it is lying in the middle of a pile of electric ore in a shrunken state. It is not afraid of the electric current around it, but looks very comfortable. After all, with their attributes and physique, they can be immune to weak corresponding elemental power. Lightning is nourishing to them, not harmful. They found the electric slime. Shiyu and the iron-eating beast finally came to the electric cave, and the professional beast masters watched with interest. Although this iron-eating beast looks agile and powerful, it obviously does not have long-range skills. As long as it fights, it will inevitably come into contact with the slime. And the slime is wrapped in electricity all over its body. As long as you touch it, you will be hit by its discharge, which is very unsolvable. So in their opinion, this battle may be quite interesting, and it is a wonderful battle of equal strength. In the electrical cave, the electric slime sensed that an enemy was approaching, and immediately woke up from eating, jumping out and cautiously looking at Shiyu and the others. The battle was about to break out. At this moment, an unexpected development occurred. Shiyu quickly opened his backpack, threw the high-voltage insulating rubber gloves he bought to 11, and said, "Put them on, grab it, and drain the electricity in its body." Ouch! 11 skillfully put on the insulating gloves. Obviously, this was a tactic that Shiyu and 11 had arranged in advance. Then, under the stunned expressions of the professional beast masters, the small iron beast wearing insulating gloves rushed towards the electric slime. At the same time, the electric slime also spread electricity all over its body, and bounced and hit 11 in the discharge state. Discharge is a low-level skill that can only be discharged through contact, and this skill does not have a high degree of control over the current, so it is easy to crack. There is no doubt that the power of the slime is not very strong, and the only strong thing is its current intensity. However, it is not at the extraordinary level, and its lightning skills are immediately extinguished when facing the high-voltage insulating rubber gloves, just like a son meeting his father. It jumped up, and was caught by 11 like a baseball. Sizzle, the electric slime kept discharging electricity in midair, and at the same time, it was confused. 11, who caught the slime with insulating gloves, tilted his head and dared not look directly at the current bursting from the slime's body. This is terrible, it seems that it can't be eaten like the electric mine. Fuck, this development directly made the professional beast masters in the main monitoring room widen their eyes. What's going on? Can it be played like this? Do the base stores sell insulated gloves? Yes, but no beastmaster has ever had such a clear mind to put them on his pet to challenge the Thunder Beast. Do you usually wear them yourself? The main reason is that the electric slime's strength lies in discharge and defense. Its other qualities are mediocre, and they are just countered by the insulated gloves. Who caught the slime and gave it so many points? The professional beastmasters were dumbfounded. The 10th level creature slime with the highest points in the experience was captured like this? Oh no, the other 2 slimes might also suffer from the murderous hands of this beastmaster with a strange mind. 12. 000 points are equivalent to giving it away for free? Don't worry. It's not that simple, Joe Wanchin said with a complicated expression. For 11, pinch it and let it discharge continuously. When 11 and the slime were fighting, Shiyu was fanning the flames. The electric slime has nothing but discharge, and there is no possibility of breaking free. The defense is strong, because the slime's soft body can withstand huge impact, and a hardened punch may not be able to kill it instantly. But Shiyu and the others don't need to waste energy to hide it. Just pinch it with insulating gloves and wait for it to release the electrical energy in its body. This is called tactics. Huh? The electric slime was very frustrated and angry. The current was released more violently, but it still couldn't affect the insulating gloves. In fact, it is not so easy to find a bug when facing a level 10 boss. Even in this restrained situation, the slime still has a chance to resist. It's just that the electric slime is reluctant to use this skill unless it is in a desperate situation. High-level skill, multiplication. If it uses multiplication, its strength will be improved, and the current in its body can be stimulated to a greater extent, but the side effects. It is estimated that it will take a long time for the energy to be exhausted. The purpose of the slime family is to shrink and act cute if possible, and never multiply and become a slime demon king unless there is a special situation. At the moment, the electric slime, which is in a desperate situation, has obviously encountered a special situation. Woo! It screamed in anger, and its size began to grow. At this time, no matter how strong 11 was, he certainly couldn't hold it with both hands, and could only be forced to retreat. Sizzle. As the electric slime grew rapidly, Shiyu's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of you growing bigger, I'm waiting for this. 11. Harden your whole body, Shiyu ordered immediately. As the electric slime grew bigger, 11 also completed the hardening of the whole body. The next second, the electric slime, which finally got rid of the control, launched a counterattack and directly hit it with its body filled with electric discharge. After the electric slime grew to a huge electric slime with a diameter of 1.5 meters, the slime's impact power and current intensity were much greater than before. Bang! 11 also slapped it, and in an instant, the two sides were evenly matched. The huge electric slime was slapped away by 11, but due to its soft physique, it was not seriously injured. Although 11 was wearing insulating gloves, the giant slime released too much current at this time. After all, 11 was only wearing gloves instead of insulating clothes, so he could not completely defend himself. Other parts of the body were still accidentally invaded by the current, and the hardening of the metal nature could not completely defend him. The combination of multiplication and discharge has already taken shape as a combo skill. It's reversed. Although the electric slime consumes a lot of energy, the iron-eating beast must be in trouble. It's probably a situation where both sides will suffer. The professional beast masters watch the show. However, the reversal appeared again, and the skilled high-speed healing was finally used by 11 in actual combat. Although it was invisible to the outside world, the places in 11's body that were paralyzed and burned by the electric current were immediately healed by a green life wave. After being healed, 11 became more and more courageous, and continued to rush towards the giant electric slime like a bear that was fine. This scene directly shattered the three views of the professional beast masters. Is the mastery level hardening so strong? It can even defend against huge discharges, or did the iron-eating beast have a strong will and resist the stimulation of the electric current and fight back strongly? After all, 11 had a history of eating electric auras candy beans. At this time, the slime was also confused again, because after that just now, it was completely out of energy. When it was first caught, it wasted too much electric energy, resulting in the inability to fight back after being doubled now. Catch it and continue to drain it. Shiyu's evil command came from the side again. Outside the electrical cave, the electric slime, whose energy was drained, had a much darker body. There was really no electric current at all, and it returned to its normal size. It was held by the excited and panting 11 and fell asleep completely. At this time, Shiyu began to smile and approached, stroking the slime with his loving hands. The skill illustration initially had 5 skill columns. After the first pet 11 was contracted, 5 more skill columns were added. Next, the illustration will include the 7th skill, double. Forget about the discharge, the skill level is too low, not as good as the Thunder Palm. Shiyu chose to give up. When touching the slime, Shiyu recalled the scene when he saw the multiplication skill, and activated the skill illustration at the same time. The next moment, in Shiyu's mind, the 7th page of the stone illustration was turned. The image of the electric slime, a medium-level thunder pet, appeared. Skill, multiplication, skill level, advanced, introduction, a special ability that can shrink and enlarge the body. In the shrunk state, the strength is weakened and the energy recovery speed is accelerated. In the enlarged state, the energy consumption is increased and the strength is increased. The universal skill. Got it. Great. When Shiyu ravaged the level 10 biological electric slime in his hands like kneading plasticine, all the professional beast masters in the main monitoring room were silent. It's not enough to defeat it, but he dared to personally ravage the level 10 creature? This is so scary for the beast master and the pet. Is this really an apprentice? Chapter 44, Skills Illustrated Book. Next, the electrical cave occupied by the electric slime was undoubtedly occupied by Shiyu. There are quite a few electric mines here, enough for 11 to have a full meal. In addition, Shiyu was not in a hurry to exchange this electric slime for points. I will give you 2 pieces of electric mines as food every day, but you have to release all the electricity you eat. Shiyu communicated with the electric slime, whose consciousness was hazy. This guy is a very good generator. The discharge skill can train 11's lightning resistance, thereby increasing its lightning affinity. It is probably equivalent to lightning forging. Ordinary pets certainly can't play like this, but 11 is an exception. A little bit of lightning talent, plus the skilled high-speed healing can restore the damage caused by lightning to the body at the fastest speed, allowing 11 to use lightning to train unscrupulously. Electric slime, I may not be a human, but you are really not a human. In this way, the drained electric slime directly became the second training prop after the green cotton worm. After hearing the new training content from Shiyu, the little iron beast danced with joy. 11 was still very interested in this new training method. Eating electric ore and being electrocuted by the weakened version of the discharge skill seemed to have the same training effect as the jumping training method. However, after this training, 11's hair became a lot more fluffy, making it look fatter. This, in the safe zone, Yankee, the little bear who told Shiyu that he could come to Sishin for training, fell into deep thought. He looked at the iron-eating beast jogging with the electric slime in the picture, with a question mark on his head. Although he told Shiyu that letting the iron-eating beast after eating electric ore undergo the baptism of lightning can also increase the lightning talent. However, he did not expect that Shiyu would directly deduct the electric slime as a tool pet. The telepathic talent is so BT. Shiyu's more inhuman operation is still behind. Using insulating gloves, they quickly found a companion for the first slime. The electric slime living in another electric cave in Sishin was also captured by Shiyu and his team. The next day, the third slime also failed to escape the poisonous hand and was captured by Shiyu and the iron-eating beast. In the end, the situation obviously became that the 3 slimes helped 11 to train together. The 3 electric slimes with exhausted energy were surrounded by Shiyu in a triangle, with 11 in the middle. Shiyu provided a piece of electric ore, and the slimes that absorbed their little energy had to release some electricity to let the small iron-eating beast in the middle forge their bodies. Although the slimes were unwilling, they had to succumb under the tyranny of Shiyu and the iron-eating beast. There was no way. Shiyu controlled the slimes too well, and never gave them too much food, always keeping their combat effectiveness at the level of electric plasticine, causing them to be unable to resist at all. As for controlling the food, because Shiyu had accumulated rich experience in the green cotton worms, the electric slimes were simply miserable. In this way, with a large amount of electric ore plus the slime's discharge forging, Shiyu and his team only stayed in the Sishin district for 1 day and had a harvest. Noon on the 29th. At this time, after a day, all the mines that were easier to find in the Sishin district had been touched by Shiyu and his team. 11 was undergoing lightning training while eating like crazy. Then, something went wrong. After being electrocuted once, the fluffy 11 stretched out his palm. The next second, a blue-white electric current burst out from its palm, entwining wildly. Intermediate skill, Thunder Palm. Fuck, this change made Shiyu, who was resting next to him, almost fall down. What's going on? 11 has mastered the Thunder Palm on his own? Shiyu quickly put the 3 slimes in the worm silk sack and returned to the previous safe zone. He found the little bear Yankee to register again, and called out 11 at the same time. Mr. Yankee, is this the Thunder Palm you are talking about? Sizzle. The little iron beast stretched out his palm, and its expression was extremely serious. A second later, more than a dozen blue-white arcs burst out of the palm. Look, the skill illustration, it doesn't matter if you don't want it. Bing, this time, it successfully learned a new skill without Shiyu's addition. Fuck, Yankee exploded on the spot. How is it possible? This is unscientific. He stared at the 11th iron-eating beast cub whose palms were already filled with electricity, and fell into thinking about life. It's only been a day, how could your iron-eating beast awaken its lightning talent so quickly? At present, his iron-eating beast's control of lightning seems to be even worse than this little iron-eating beast. This is outrageous. According to general theory, it is impossible to awaken the lightning talent so easily just by relying on electric mines and being electrocuted. Otherwise, there would not be so few iron-eating beasts mastering the lightning palm in Tashi Martial Arts Hall. There should be other steps to assist. How come Shiyu and his team completed all the training in one day with simple materials? Maybe we worked hard. Shiyu was in deep thought. Yankee was suddenly speechless, because whenever he noticed Shiyu and this iron-eating beast, they must be fighting, training, and eating. It was rare to see them rest, and the rest was only for a while, and then they would start again quickly. He might have seen a fake iron-eating beast. Are you sure this is an iron-eating beast and not an active husky beast? It's still unscientific. Yankee looked at the little iron-eating beast. Even so, this talent is a bit too weird. So this is the Thunder Palm, Shiyu laughed. It was indeed unscientific. But he should know what's going on. It might be because of the high-speed healing. The high-speed healing of wood-type skills belongs to the use of one's own life force, representing growth. And thunder belongs to wood in the 5 elements and 8 trigram system. The damage caused by lightning forging the body is healed by wood-type skills. Not only does it improve the training efficiency, but it is estimated that some wonderful reactions have occurred between the two, which has accelerated the mastery process of 11. This is unscientific, but it is very fantasy. Yankee still doubted his life and said, although the power seems a little weak, it is indeed a thunder palm. Well, the strength is not enough. At most, it can be regarded as the entry standard. When the palm can withstand high-intensity current and the condensed lightning has a strong paralysis and piercing effect, it is almost a time when the thunder palm is truly powerful. I know, Shiyu nodded, feeling happy. This is simply a piece of cake. He originally thought that he had to go to the martial arts hall to copy it before 11 could master the thunder palm, but 11 actually understood and learned it by himself, which gave Shiyu a complete surprise. It seems that there is a certain correlation between different skills. After learning a certain skill, it will be much easier to learn another skill. For example, the Thunder Palm can actually be regarded as a higher level skill of discharge. Even the Thunder Palm is equivalent to the use of discharge. However, although 11 has learned it on his own, Shiyu still decided to include the Thunder Palm in the illustration. In Shiyu's opinion, the skill proficiency function of the illustration is also very important. When a mid-level skill is upgraded to the maximum level, the effect is not necessarily worse than that of a super-level skill. Then please help me register the points of the slime, Mr. Yankee. Are you going to the Sishin district next? No, there are not many electric mines there now, Yankee. Animals. The accumulated points of that pile of electric mines are probably more than those of the 3 slimes. Did you eat them all? After Shiyu left, Yankee still didn't relax. He stiffly called Master Lin of Zhashi Martial Arts School. Yankee, what's wrong? Master Lin Hongnian said on the other side. Master Lin, Shiyu did go to Sishin to train as I said. Oh? How was the effect? The effect is very good. His iron-eating beast ate all the electric mines in the mountain, and then they caught 3 electric slimes to assist in training. Now they have successfully mastered the Thunder Palm. Lin Hongnian? Huh? Are you kidding me? Thanks to the leader Ying Yi Yan. Chapter 45 The End of the Training. After Shiyu mastered the Thunder Palm, Shiyu thought it was time to go to another place for training. Although staying in Sishin could continue to look for electrical ore to strengthen the thunder skills that Shiyu had just learned, it was not very meaningful. Electrical ore is only a first-level resource, not very expensive or rare, and its value is not much different from that of iron bamboo. It is better to purchase in bulk or buy higher-level resources after returning. The more exposed electrical ore points in Sishin district, such as the mines and the 3 electrical caves, have basically been touched by them. The remaining ones are some hidden ones that are not easy to find. If you look for them again, the efficiency will not be very high. It is better to take advantage of the remaining time to grab some other resources. Shai, let's find some nutritious food for the green cottonworm next. After thinking about it, Shiayu said to Shai, the green cottonworm has been with them for so long, and it seems that it has not eaten anything decent. The green cottonworm has also helped a lot in the past 2 days. Even if there is no credit, it has worked hard, and it is time to reward it. Yet, Shai nodded indifferently, it should be. After training every day, the worms looked like they were dying. Shai was really afraid of losing this little friend. Shiji, the green worm in the backpack, was in tears. Generally speaking, the evolution materials for the green worms are used when they are about to transform into cocoons at level 9 or 10. In other growth stages, the value of using rare materials is not very great. After all, only in the transformation stage, with the help of the cocoon, the green worms have a high probability of understanding new racial skills. In other stages, it seems that only the silk is worth strengthening. At this time, Shiyu also began to think about what direction he should cultivate the green worms in evolution. If you want to cultivate a pet, it is important to determine the positioning. Like Shiyu cultivated it according to the standard battle pet template, which is good at fighting and all round. As for the green worm, Shiyu did not want it to be like a traditional battle pet. After all, he had a skill illustration, so it was relatively easy to DIY. It is better to choose some rare and more practical evolutionary directions. Healing butterfly? In this way, maybe he can learn a skill that can help him, a beastmaster, recover his physical strength and energy, and use it with the skill illustration. Auxiliary butterflies? For example, the goddess of light butterfly, which has the ability to control light and perform illusions, is a very good personal bodyguard for the beastmaster, and its abilities are very versatile. Or, cultivate towards mythology? Traditional mythological creatures are nothing more than dragons and phoenixes, which are all naturally noble. Like the ice phoenix moth that evolved from the first blue cotton worm in the country that mastered the superb level of insect silk mentioned by Lu Qingyi, it was evolved after integrating the ice phoenix bloodline during the evolution process. It is precisely because of the mythological bloodline that this blue cotton worm can directly go from the bottom of the pet world to a noble king-level race. And, if the fit is enough, you can also choose some rare attributes. For example, space system and time system. If you have a pet that can master the ability of instant movement, your ability to escape is full, and you can basically be fearless when encountering danger. What's more, these rare attributes may not be weak in other aspects. With this idea, Shiyu found that there are simply too many evolutionary routes for the blue cotton worm, and he was dazzled and had no choice. The key is still skills and materials. It's not so easy to get rare skills and materials. For example, where can I find the evolution materials used by the ice phoenix moth? I guess I can only get them from the channels of Bureau 11. Forget it, it's too early to think so much now. Let's see what materials we can encounter first. At present, the most important thing is to cultivate the silk to the highest level first. Shiyu flipped through the picture album and found a spiritual plant that is very suitable for the green cotton worm as food. Dragon beard grass. A first-level spiritual plant, named because it resembles the beard of an oriental dragon. It is the favorite food of pets that master silk skills, and can effectively increase the toughness and sharpness of the silk. This is it. In the process of looking for dragon beard grass, I took 11 to challenge powerful beasts. I will spend the next day like this. Collecting dragon beard grass is actually much easier, because there are basically no powerful spider beasts near dragon beard grass. The most powerful one is a level 10 awakening beast, the ghost-face wolf spider, worth 4,000 points. But in the end, it was still killed by 11. Although the battle process was a little more difficult than Peking the electric slime, it did prove that 11's current combat power was stronger than these untrained wild level 10 beasts. The reason is very simple. Even if these wild creatures have a relatively high growth level, their skill proficiency is too low. They basically rely on instinct to use it, and few creatures can train themselves. For example, the slime, whether it is discharge or multiplication skills, is entry level. Later, the more difficult ghost-faced wolf spider that Shiyu encountered only had one proficient racial skill, so it was not so obvious when facing 11, who had multiple proficient or even mastery skills. In fact, Shiyu hoped that the nearby spider beasts would be more powerful, and it would be best if they could master a skill like spider induction to predict danger. Then he would be very happy. Shiyu wanted 11 to cost the 3-color domineering of the famous Earth comic One Piece. Now the hardening of the armed color and the deterrence of the domineering color are available, and the only thing missing is the perceptive observation color. But if there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. If there is supervision, you can pretend to make do with it. The skilled level of supervision can give 11 extremely strong dynamic vision, and can clearly lock the target in various extreme environments such as fog, which is already very powerful. In the future, when it reaches the proficient level and perfect level, according to the information Shiyu found on his mobile phone, he can even have a 360 degrees perspective and can see the effect of energy flow. As for the superb level, I don't know, but the effect is definitely stronger. When the full level of supervision is used as a reconnaissance skill, the effect will not be too bad. In short, King Mianchong was very happy on this last day, thinking that this experience was not in vain. This dragonbeard grass is much more delicious than Shiyu's leftovers. In less than 3 days, Shiyu, 11, and King Mianchong all had different gains. Shiyu gained the multiplication skill, 11 learned the thunder palm on his own, and King Mianchong had a snack. It was clear who made the most money. In a blink of an eye, this 3-day Xianmeng Mountain experience is about to end. Inside the training base, 5 professional beastmasters carefully looked at the final points displayed on the big screen. First place, Shiyu, 20,000 points. In addition to the 4 level 10 creatures and 5 long-thorned wild boars, Shiyu also collected some resources along the way and handed them in, making up 20,000 points. He is the first place indeed, although there was some trickery when hunting slimes. The subsequent hunting of ghost-faced wolf spiders alone undoubtedly proved their true strength. The general manager Zhou Wanchen listened to the comments of his teammates and looked at Shiyu's information silently. The average level of the pets of the trainee beastmasters in charge of our training base is relatively low, and no beastmaster's pet has reached level 10. Level 10 is the strongest beast in Xianmeng Mountain at present. He can control a level 6 iron-eating beast to defeat 4 level 10 beasts. It is really amazing. He deserves the first place. It is rare to see such a beastmaster who can fight across levels in Pingcheng. I don't know how he will perform in the ruins next. With Shiyu's current performance, there is no doubt that he has obtained the qualification to enter the ruins. It's over. Finally it's over. I ate tree fruits for 2 whole days and vomited. I want to take a shower. I want to take a shower. I'm going to die if I can't take a shower. Am I so attractive to mosquitoes? I have 49 lumps in less than 3 days. After the training base announced the end of the training assessment through the mechanical bird, the trainee beastmasters on Xianmeng Mountain complained as they walked down the mountain. As for Shiyu, he looked at the sky with a calm expression as he walked. He had worked hard on this training, so he might as well use part of the 10 million yuan to reward himself. It was also time to buy some high-end supplements. Chapter 46 Purchase Supplements. At the Xianmeng Mountain training base, on the huge playground, there stood a group of embarrassed beastmasters. At the beginning, a total of 100 people entered Xianmeng Mountain, and only 73 stood here in the end. The 27 fewer people, as expected, all dropped out midway. It may be because they couldn't stand the wild environment, or because they were injured during the training and had to terminate the assessment. You can still stand here, which means you still have some qualifications. Xianmeng Mountain is just a man-made training environment. If you can't even stand it here, don't even talk about exploring the ruins, let alone participating in the professional assessment in the future. It's better to go home and raise pets. Zhou Wanchen, the person in charge of the training, said unceremoniously while standing on the rostrum. Below, the trainee beastmasters were silent. You are the boss here, so what you say is what you say. However, compared to these nonsense, these assessors want to know more about the points they have obtained and where they can rank in this training assessment. Although they can roughly calculate their own points during the training, they don't know others at all, so there is no way to know the specific ranking. Okay, if you want to know your specific score ranking, you can go and see for yourself. The results have been posted on that wall. Among them, the top 20 will be eligible to explore the ruins. 1 week later, we will lead you to enter the ruins for the first time. For specific details, please pay attention to the association's notification. This training assessment is over. You can leave after exchanging your points. After a simple announcement, Zhou Wanchen, the person in charge of the training base, turned around and left. leaving only the noisy crowd. Unsurprisingly, everyone rushed to the wall next to the rostrum. The training base printed 10 copies of the same score ranking report card and posted them on the wall separately, so that everyone can see it clearly. In the crowd, Shiyu followed the large group and looked directly from top to bottom. This feeling, how to say it, it made him feel like he was back in high school, and he and his classmates gathered together to look at the results after each monthly exam. First place, Shiyu, 20,000 points. Who is Shiyu? I don't know. He's not from our school. He's not from our school either. Most of the trainee beastmasters on the scene were students. After all, the average level was not high. The older trainee beastmasters whose pets were at the 10th level on average were assigned to another training base. At this moment, the examinees on the scene were talking about Shiyu, the first place. As for Shiyu himself, he turned around and left as soon as he saw his name, hiding his merits and fame. It's just that he ranked first in the training assessment. It's better to quickly exchange the points for real money to recover some blood. Having said that, after Shiyu left, he was still stabbed in the back. Fuck, Shiyu. In the crowd, Chen Kai, an excellent student, looked at the name ranked first in points and felt a special emotion. Although he knew that Shiyu was very strong, he still felt a little sad when he saw that it was Shiyu who took the first place 20,000 points, equivalent to 5 awakened 10th level beasts. He looked at his ranking again. Why did he feel that after working hard for a week? He was getting further and further away from Shiyu. Could it be that he didn't work hard enough? Do you know this person? After Chen Kai exclaimed, his classmates asked one after another. Who is this guy? Well, he's a beastmaster who came back from a key school in the city. I bought emission capsules for training pets based on his advice. Sure enough, he's pretty good. Chen Kai's classmates were stunned. No wonder Chen Kai's ice beast had made another breakthrough and improved rapidly. It turned out that he had received guidance from a master. Emission capsules? The ones that Chen Kai often ate during his training? They remembered it and studied it immediately after returning. Next, Shiyu ran to redeem points. Then, he met an acquaintance again. Little Bear Yankee looked at Shiyu with a smile and said, "Let me help you redeem them. By the way, I told Master Lin that your iron-eating beast had mastered the Thunder Palm." Oh? What did Master Lin say? Yankee laughed in his heart. What else could he say? He could even guess Master Lin's expression of doubt about life. I'm afraid this apprentice can't be taught. Master Lin asked you to go to the martial arts hall when you are free. There are some special nutritional supplements and food there, as well as some experience on the Thunder Palm skill that I plan to give you. Okay, Shiyu nodded. This owner of the martial arts hall, Lin Hongyan, must be the father of the panda senior sister. I wonder if he has any other advanced skills besides the Thunder Palm that I can learn from. After all, he is the most powerful beastmaster in Pingchen, so he should have some background. After exchanging the points, Shiyu went home directly. He misses home now, misses the soft big bed, misses the hot bath, and misses normal food. In short, the wild is really not a place for people to stay. When I have money in the future, I must form a mechanical life contract and play the role of a mechanic. I want something like Transformers, which can turn into Gundam to fight, turn into airplanes and cars to carry people, and turn into houses to live in. In this way, it seems that when I go to the deserted wilderness in the future, I can live a modern life. After returning home, Shiyu tossed himself well, and then laid down. He turned over, picked up his mobile phone, and logged into the website that Lu Nashu gave him. The other party said that if he wanted to buy resources, he could just buy them from this website. It seemed that there were discounts, and they would deliver them to his door. It was just right, and he didn't have to go out to buy them. If we have to take the candidates who passed the assessment to the ruins in a week, isn't time a bit tight? Shiyu wanted to develop steadily first, but his suicidal spirit seemed to be stirring again. Damn. I couldn't control myself. I really wanted to go and take a look. Forget it, I heard from Lu Chengyu that this ruins is not dangerous. It is a trial-type ruins. I will just take a look. It won't be a big problem if I don't do anything stupid, but no matter what, let's squander the resources first. After all, he is now a rich man. As long as he doesn't buy high-level evolution materials for the green cotton worm, 10 million can be squandered for a long time and buy many things. Sure enough, for the happiness of the whole family, it is better for the green cotton worm to explore the evolution route on its own. If everything goes well, maybe the appropriate evolution materials can be found in the ruins? All of this is a reasonable investment. Shiyu searched for resources not for pets, but for Beastmasters, the kind of supplements that can allow Beastmasters to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. It was okay at the apprentice Beastmaster stage, as some Beastmasters with enhanced talents could not use their talents in actual combat and could only use them for training. But after leaving the apprentice level, the advantages of Beastmasters who mastered enhanced combat talents became apparent. A Beastmaster with special telepathic talents and a Beastmaster with enhanced talents, as the levels of both sides rise, the latter will only open up a bigger and bigger gap with the former in actual combat. However, in contrast, after a battle, the Beastmaster with combat-enhanced Beastmaster talents will definitely consume more. These supplements are prepared for them. Unlike drugs like Mingshan capsules that are synthesized from a certain component of low-level materials, most of the resources that Shiyu logged into this special website to sell are pure natural. Of course, the price is also more expensive, but Shiyu thinks that it is okay to be a little expensive, as long as it works. The whiskers of the plant-based extraordinary creature ginseng? The bee milk of the queen bee of flowers? The frog oil of the dragon frog of the sub-dragon race? The magic beans produced in the secret realm of the sacred tree, which can restore the physical strength and energy of a Beastmaster in the shortest time when the Beastmaster is extremely tired, and adjust the body to the best state? Why do they look so familiar? There are more strange but familiar supplements. This magic bean is good, but the lowest quality is 100,000 yuan a piece, which is a bit expensive. But you can buy one to see the effect. With this, maybe you can try to teach high-level skills, multiplication, absolute sleep, deterrence. I can arrange one first, thanks to the leader of the Big Brother who is okay to read books. Chapter 47 The First Advanced Skill. Because he didn't know the specific effects of each supplement, Shiyu didn't dare to buy too much at once. He carefully selected 3 supplements and bought a little of each. 5 ginseng whiskers, worth 250,000 yuan, minimum purchase of 5. A small bottle of queen bee milk, worth 300,000 yuan. 5 not-so-full magic beans, worth 500,000 yuan, minimum purchase of 5. Shiyu spent 1.05 million in a flash. Counting the discount, nearly 1/10 of the 10 million starting capital was gone. Shiyu felt painful. How could he squander like this? But when he thought that he might be able to use these supplements to teach 11 all the high-level skills, and by the way, brush up the proficiency of several skills, he accepted it. Money is meant to be spent. Moreover, this 1 million is not necessarily as useful as buying supplements for himself when used to buy food and nutritional supplements for 11. This is still the cheapest batch of supplements, Shiyu sighed, and after placing the order, he fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already night. If you stay up late at night to meditate or play with your phone, it may affect your state during the day. Shiyu decided to continue sleeping, but the problem is that after sleeping for an afternoon, he was no longer very sleepy. So, after preparing dinner for the 2 pets, Shiyu could only teach the green cotton worm in the birdcage in the yard a silk skill. After his physical strength declined, sleepiness came again. This skill illustration seems to have the function of treating insomnia, which is good. The next day, the sun was shining. Shiyu got up refreshed. Today, he originally planned to go to this Hushi martial arts hall, but a mobile phone message made him change his mind. The supplements he bought yesterday are already in the process of delivery and have arrived in Bingaon City. They will arrive today. What a fast efficiency. In that case, just wait at home today. In the morning, 11 was thinking about the thunder palm in the yard, the green cotton worm continued to sleep, and Shiyu was meditating. Around noon, when Shiyu was about to prepare lunch, there was a knock on the door of their house. Your delivery is here it comes. Because of the experience of the last community warmth delivery, Shiyu responded quickly, fearing that his home would be blown up again. He opened the door and saw a young man in a blue courier uniform. Next to him was a giant bird over 2 meters tall and fully armed. The giant bird has strong muscles, gorgeous golden brown feathers, and sharp eyes. Although it looks domineering, it is currently only doing the work of a tool pet. There is a huge delivery box hanging on it. Name, sky sweeping wings, attributes, wind, racial level, high level transcendent, racial skills, wind wings, Terran claws, supervision, wind blade. The young man took a box of supplements from the delivery box hanging on sky sweeping wings and handed it to Shiyu. Please sign for it. Shiyu, they actually used a super-level creature to deliver the express. Sky-sweeping wings is the bird pet with the highest style and comprehensive strength among the super-level creatures. Brother, are you a professional beastmaster? Shiyu asked casually when signing. Yes, I just started working this year. If there's anything I did not do well, please take care of it, the young man said. After Shiyu received the goods, he was very upset. In this day and age, is the threshold of the express delivery industry so high? But the salary must be very high. After all, the resources delivered by that website are all high-end goods. After signing, Shiyu handed over the express delivery slip. The courier took the express delivery slip and looked at Shiyu. This little customer, is he an apprentice beastmaster? By the way, why did he buy so many high-end supplements? He doesn't need so many at this professional level. Well, forget it, never mind, it's impossible that this level is empty. Then I wish you a happy life, thank you. After the courier and Shiyu thanked each other, the order was completed. Then, in the yard, Shiyu began to take out the supplements one by one, carefully, for fear of scratching or breaking them. He first took out a bottle with 5 small green beans. After reading the attached instructions, Shiyu called 11. 11, come here, 11, who was playing with video games in the yard, ran over happily. At this time, after having a more advanced supplement, Shiyu was excited. Skill, multiplication, skill level, advanced, introduction, a special ability that can shrink and enlarge the body. In the shrunk state, the strength is weakened and the energy recovery speed is accelerated. In the enlarged state, the energy consumption is increased and the strength is increased. Status, teachable. Shiyu planned to teach 11 the multiplication skill first. As for why it was not the deterrent skill that could make 11 have the qualifications of a king, and the absolute sleep that could improve the training efficiency of him in 11, it was very simple, because the multiplication skill was more interesting. Anyway, with so many supplements, there were only 3 high-level skills in total, and it would be the same whether to teach them early or late. Shiyu first chose the multiplication skill that he thought was more interesting. In the enlarged state, 11 can improve combat effectiveness, and in the shrunk state, it can accelerate the recovery of physical energy. It is not a loss to learn this skill first. Shiyu took out a magic bean and put it in his mouth. Illustrated book, teaching, as Shiyu chose to teach, his right hand was filled with a white halo again. At this time, seeing this familiar scene, 11 was stunned. It panicked. The Beastmaster, is he going to let it get something for nothing again? He had just learned the Thunder Palm on his own, and the Beastmaster was going to use the plug-in to erode his mind again. It was really. 11 took the initiative to stretch his head over. Since he couldn't resist, he chose to enjoy it. At worst, he would work harder and come back later. Just like that, the white light representing the multiplied skill experience flowed into 11's body, and Shiyu's legs began to weaken. Cooling time. 168 hours. The levelless worm silk is about 8 hours. The low-level skill is about 24 hours. The intermediate skill is about 48 hours. Shiyu originally thought that the high-level skill was 72 hours, but it was more than doubled. In an extremely weak state, Shiyu felt that he was going to die, and he quickly swallowed the magic bean. The next second, a stream of energy began to flow in Shiyu's body. Just as it was said in the introduction, in a very short time, this magic bean burst out a huge amount of nutrition and began to nourish Shiyu's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shiyu's body suddenly surged with strength. Cooling time. 48 hours. Although it did not completely restore Shiyu, it reduced the consumption to a range that he could bear. Suddenly, Shiyu felt that he had not just taught a high-level skill, but a mid-level skill. Based on the experience of being proficient in teaching mid-level skills, Shiyu was able to do it again. It seems that high-level skills are the current limit of his teaching. Before his physical fitness has made a significant leap, even if there are more powerful supplements, he must not touch super-level skills. It's simply fatal. Shiyu let out a long breath, and didn't care about the dirt on the ground. He sat down on the spot and looked at 11 in front of him. At this time, 11 was slightly closing his eyes, digesting the experience of multiplying high-level skills. Shiyu stared at it for nearly a minute before 11 came back to his senses. Mastered? Shiyu asked. 11 nodded vigorously. Then let's see how big it gets. After Shiyu finished speaking, the chubby 11 nodded seriously. and used the multiplication skill with a serious look. The next second, buzz! It seemed that ripples were coming out of 11's body. Along with the ripples, its body began to tremble slightly. Then, with the vibration amplitude of the transparent ripples, its body began to grow in circles. Buzz! Buzz! It didn't suddenly grow bigger, but its body size gradually expanded in proportion. The limbs, torso, head, and hair were all changing at this moment. After a moment, 11, who was still chubby and no different from before, but doubled in height and size, appeared in front of Shiyu. At this time, 11 slowly waved his arms that were not adapted to it, and only felt that the energy in his body was rapidly consumed, but at the same time, his strength at this moment seemed to have increased by more than a little. It was probably the difference in strength between a young panda and an adult giant panda in reality. In this state, 11 felt that if he met those long-thorned wild boars again, he could slap them and fly them more than 10 meters away. 11's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Gurgle, however, his stomach had no fighting spirit. 11, in less than 10 seconds, 11 began to feel dizzy and dazed. After all, the training just now consumed a lot of its physical energy. Alright, let's shrink it quickly. It's called doubling. There are 1, 2, 3 times, and naturally there are also half, 1/4, that is, the so-called shrinking state. As a beast master, Shiyu felt the power of 11 after it became giant, and hurriedly asked it to shrink to restore its physical strength. The next second, 11 was like a leak. First, it quickly shrank in circles to its normal size, which is about 1 meter tall. Then, it continued to shrink, and soon, it shrank to ½ meter tall, round and short, and really round. In this state, it is closer to the appearance of 11 when he was younger. It looks harmless, and its big eyes reveal innocence. 11 touched his stomach and made a wronged cry. It has become smaller, but it is still hungry. Well, it seems that the entry-level multiplication, doubling the size and shrinking to half the size, is already the limit, to the giant Ultraman-sized iron-eating beast in Shiyu's mind. And the keychain-sized mini-iron-eating beast that can stand on the shoulder, there is still some lack of proficiency. But it's good, after all, I just learned it. Okay, let's eat. Looking at the little iron-eating beast, Shiyu was in a good mood. Let's eat like this in the future, I guess it can save a lot of food expenses, he joked. 11, Greek letter epsilon? What? Chapter 48, Keep spending money and have fun. Shiyu was very pleased that Shirai finally learned his first high-level skill. Although he was still far from the super-level skill with the ability to move mountains and seas, and the god-level skill that could change the world as recorded in myths and legends, it was a great improvement. However, looking at the cooling time, 48 hours, Shiyu fell into deep thought. He did not prepare lunch for Shirai and the others immediately, but picked up the bottle of magic beans again. 1 magic bean offsets the 120-hour weakness period. If he took another one, would he be able to revive immediately with full blood, or even have a better mental state than at the beginning? The instructions said, when the magic beans are in a weak state, they can be eaten repeatedly in large quantities until they are restored to perfect state. He bought the lowest grade of magic beans, so he didn't have to worry about dying all at once, so it shouldn't matter if he took 2 or 3 at a time. Wonderful. This is a pleasure that cannot be enjoyed with a synthetic drug Mingshin capsule. However, Shiyu, who was about to take the second magic bean, soon hesitated. The effect of the magic beans is obviously greater than the 48-hour weakness period, so it would be a loss to eat them directly. The manual didn't say whether it was okay to split it in half and eat it. If I just ate it like this, I would have wasted tens of thousands of yuan. The price of the magic bean is 100,000 yuan apiece, the whiskers of the ginseng baby are 50,000 yuan apiece, so, maybe I can use a tonic next. No, even the whiskers of the ginseng baby are not safe. Shiyu took out a bee milk of the queen bee of 100 flowers, which was also in a small bottle. Although the queen bee has the word queen in its name, it is not a monarch-level creature, but a commander-level creature. This creature grows by absorbing the nectar of different exotic flowers. The so-called bee milk has many other names, such as royal jelly and royal jelly. Even in the previous life, it was a tonic. As for this world, it has more nourishing effects. Shiyu found his wolfberry water cup, poured out the contents, and started to soak a tonic. Although this small bottle of bee milk is worth 300,000 yuan, it can be used many times and can be taken orally after washing with warm water. So, in theory, using this tonic first can best control the amount and try to avoid any waste. Shiyu soaked a third of the amount of bee milk in a large water cup. After mixing it thoroughly, he took a sip and waited. This one took longer to take effect than the magic beans. Shiyu waited for several minutes before his body had a little reaction. Cooling time. 46 hours after taking a sip, he reduced his weakness period by 2 hours. Shiyu got excited on the spot. It's great to have money, it has to be said that you get what you pay for. The Mingxian capsules he could buy at the pharmacy outside didn't have this effect at all. The Mingxian capsules only relied on the drug effect to force him to recover. The cooling time was even less likely to jump up and down on the big numbers like this. It was just an auxiliary recovery at most. How could it be like this now? The jumping of the big numbers on the cooling time seemed to make Shiyu see a new life. It's better not to go to this pharmacy in the future. He won't have to suffer the strange looks of the clerks anymore. Gudong dong, Shiyu took another sip and carried the water cup with him. He planned to reset the cooling time today and then teach the skills again in the evening. It's really cool to spend money, and the teaching efficiency has been improved immediately. It seems that 11 and King Mianchong can't enjoy too much with this 10 million starting funds, and they should save it to buy supplements with higher cost performance. He is probably the only beastmaster who can make such an effect with these supplements. That night, Shiyu drank almost half a cup of happy water. His teaching cooldown time was finally reset. Shiyu was very happy, but not too happy. Because he used 1/3 of his bee milk to make this cup of happy water, and half a cup is worth about 50,000 yuan. However, it only restored the weakness for 48 hours. The magic beans worth 100,000 yuan restored for 120 hours. Which one has a higher cost performance? It is immediately judged. It's not quite right to calculate it this way. After all, the magic beans are mainly supplements for restoring physical strength and energy, and the bee milk has similar effects and can prevent diseases. Shiyu was too lazy to calculate it. The problem now was that after taking supplements for a day, he was a little overdosed now, and it was probably difficult to fall asleep again. When teaching skills at night, silkworms should be the first choice. The 8-hour week period of silkworms is just right for falling asleep. Shiyu decisively went to find the blue cotton worm again and taught it the 4th silkworm teaching after the mastery level silkworms. The proficiency increased, but there was no qualitative change. It seems that if you want to achieve the perfect level silkworms, you have to continue teaching. It doesn't matter. From now on, you can fall asleep by teaching a silkworm every night. I guess you can reach the full level soon. It can not only increase the proficiency of silkworms, but also prevent insomnia and stay up late, promote sleep, and ensure physical and mental health. It's a big profit. August 2nd. Early morning. Shiyu took out another magic bean and the remaining half bottle of happy water, intending to teach 11 another high-level skill. 11. After 11's morning exercise and breakfast, Shiyu called him again, which made him a little nervous. To be precise, he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, under 11's gaze, Shiyu's right hand lit up again. Bing, what is it this time? The little iron beast covered his eyes. This time it's a skill that can increase the efficiency of training. Skill, absolute sleep, skill level, advanced, introduction, a spiritual skill that allows you to enter a super deep sleep and quickly recover various states. Status, teachable. The absolute sleep skill may not seem to be very effective, but it is actually very powerful. In fact, after the pet enters the beast taming space, the state it is in is similar to this absolute sleep. It can be said that if a wild pet masters this skill, it is almost equivalent to carrying a beast taming space with some functions. Moreover, it is a beast taming space of a high level. Generally speaking, even the entry-level absolute sleep should have a greater effect on the physical recovery of the pet than the beast taming space of an apprentice beastmaster. If 11 learns this, except for some special circumstances, he basically doesn't need to go back to Shiyu's beast taming space to rest. Unless, Shiyu can improve the level of the beast taming space. However, Shiyu always feels that the speed at which he improves the level of the beast taming space may not be as fast as the speed at which 11 improves the proficiency of absolute sleep. In short, after teaching 11 this skill, as long as you have enough food to ensure its nutrition, and cooperate with absolute sleep and high-speed healing, 11 can train independently, and the training efficiency will be very high. At the same time, when 11 does not rely on the beast control space to rest, Shiyu, the beast master, will have more time and energy to strengthen the beast control space, thereby improving his own Beastmaster level. This is right. Beastmasters should grow together with their pets. Otherwise, when 11 is at the extraordinary level, his Beastmaster level is still an apprentice, which is embarrassing. After Shiyu introduced the skills, 11 opened his eyes. This skill is good. Not only that, after the proficiency of this skill is high, it can also be used in battle. The recovery speed of absolute sleep with low proficiency is relatively slow, and the recovery efficiency is low, but the absolute sleep with high proficiency may only need to sleep for a while to recover a lot of physical energy. When the time comes, when you encounter an enemy, just use multiplication, hardening, and thunder palm to rush forward. If you are injured, use high-speed healing to heal yourself. If you are out of energy, shrink quickly and go to sleep, and continue fighting after being awakened. Have you learned it? 11 nodded frantically, and understood it immediately. I have learned it. This tactic is really good. That day, Shiyu ate magic beans and drank happy water, watching 11 train independently and recuperate. He also summed up a life experience: keep Krypton gold and keep happy. After having money, both Shiyu and the two pets are obviously more moisturized. 2 high-level skills were taught in 2 days, and there was another worm silk every night, which was something Shiyu didn't dare to think of before. On August 3rd, Shiyu wanted to repeat yesterday's routine and continue to teach deterrence. However, although he had supplements, Shiyu couldn't help but feel a little bit overwhelmed by ruining his body like this for 2 consecutive days. Psychological factors. Forget it. Let's take a day off today and teach some low-level skills to relax. In addition, I promise to visit Zushi Martial Arts School when I have time, but it has been 2 days and I haven't left yet. It's time to go and take a look. After all, the martial arts school seems to have prepared training resources for the iron-eating beast, so it's better not to miss it. Zushi Martial Arts School is also in Pingcheng. Shiyu can get there within half an hour by taxi. But before going, Shiyu first checked the phone number of Zushi Martial Arts School. He plans to make an appointment before visiting. In case the person in charge is not there, it would be boring. Zushi Martial Arts School. This is one of the bases of the iron-eating beasts in the ancient country of Donghuang. The owner of the school, Lin Hongyan, is a rare master beast master in Binghaoan City. Although he did not get the master title by eating iron beasts, and his strongest pet is not an iron beast, his representative pet is undoubtedly an iron beast. The iron beast is the first pet contracted by Lin Hongyan. Because of this relationship, he has always hoped to find a better way to cultivate or even evolve the iron beast. Unfortunately, due to racial restrictions, it has always been difficult for the iron-eating beast to break through a bottleneck. Even though he has developed 2 skills that are very suitable for the iron-eating beast to learn, it is still the same. Over time, even if Lin Hongyan has contracted a stronger pet, he has never let go of this idea. In the end, Lin Hongyan did not give up. On the basis of inheriting the family's iron bamboo breeding base, he chose to open this Zushi Martial Arts School and recruit disciples. As long as you are a beastmaster who has contracted an iron-eating beast, you can join this Zushi Martial Arts School to study. Apprentices with outstanding talents even have the opportunity to access the secrets of Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist skills. He hopes to use this method to cultivate more powerful iron-eating beastmasters. By then, when there are more people cultivating iron-eating beasts, maybe someone more talented than him can find a better training route for iron-eating beasts. In the training ground of this Zushi Martial Arts School, at this time, 10 apprentices of different ages are receiving training with their iron-eating beasts. The Zushi Martial Arts School only accepts apprentices at the apprentice level and provides basic training content. After becoming a professional beastmaster, it is almost considered a master. However, there are also apprentices like Xiaoxin Yankee who failed the professional assessment and gave up halfway. Of course, this is for ordinary apprentices. For talented apprentices, Lin Hongyan will accept them as his personal disciples and teach them seriously without reservation. But unfortunately, except for his own daughter, no iron-eating beastmaster has been able to enjoy the teaching of a personal disciple. Although he has trained a bunch of professional beastmasters, Lin Hongyan still hasn't found a disciple worthy of full teaching. Until Lu Qingyi found him and entrusted him to help take care of someone. Since he agreed to the commission, no matter how talented that person is, Lin Hongyan must teach him with all his strength. After all, his 2 intermediate skill secrets are nothing compared to people like Dr. Lu. Then, Lin Hongnian heard Zhao Auction Yankee talk about Shi Yu. In less than a month, he mastered the hardening. Genius. And with a relationship with a proud daughter like Dr. Lu, the future is immeasurable, and it is entirely possible to cultivate the iron-eating beast to the king level. Even if he didn't have the relationship with Lu Qingyi, he would have to teach such a talented beastmaster with all his strength. That's what Lin Hongnian thought at first. However, when Little Bear Yankee told him that Shi Yu and the others had learned the Thunder Palm in one day, Lin Hongnian realized it. Sorry, he doesn't deserve it. He also wants to know how to learn the Thunder Palm in one day with the help of electric slime and electric mine. Father, on the high platform of the training ground, Lin Xiaozu looked at his father who was looking at the training ground below, and whispered, "Let's go out to eat at noon, to Longgang Fish Restaurant." Lin Hongnian frowned and said, "Have you finished your daily training?" Lin Xiaozu was speechless. Lin Hongnian looked at this disobedient daughter and regretted it. Originally, under his guidance, Lin Xiaozu passed the professional beastmaster assessment at the age of 18. She had a bright future and might be able to surpass him and cultivate the iron-eating beast to the king level. However, who knew that Lin Xiaozu actually chose the breeding major and also took the evolution research department to study the evolution method of the iron-eating beast? He didn't know what had possessed him at the time that he agreed, and the ending. Lin Xiaozu didn't please both sides, his strength declined, and he didn't get any results from his research on the evolutionary path. "Let's talk about it after you finish your training," Lin Hongnian said meticulously and seriously. "But it was my mother who wanted to eat fish," Lin Xiaozu said, "not me." Lin Hongnian was silent for a moment. "Don't do it again. Don't neglect your training in the future, Lin Xiaozu." When a father and a daughter were discussing what to eat for lunch, an apprentice from the martial arts school hurried over. "Master Lin, a beastmaster named Shi Yu said he might come to visit today and asked you if you have time." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Visiting Zhaoxi Martial Arts School. Shi Yu, yes, that's the name, the apprentice said. "Let him come over," Lin Hongnian said. "This kid finally came to the martial arts gym." The apprentice nodded and immediately went to reply. At this time, Lin Xiaozu next to him vaguely felt that the name was a little familiar. "Do you know this Shi Yu?" Lin Hongnian asked his daughter first. "I remember that you mentioned to me before that there was a very self-disciplined iron-eating beast that was taken away by a man named Shi Yu." The first time Lin Hongnian heard the name Shi Yu was not from Lu Qingyi, but from Lin Xiaozu. However, because Shi Yu was just an apprentice beastmaster, he did not deliberately remember it. It was not until Lu Qingyu mentioned it that he investigated it again and found out that it was the same person. Lin Xiaozu said, "It's really him? Father, you still remember what happened? Is he going to join the martial arts school?" Lin Hongnian shook his head and said, "No, I was just entrusted by someone to guide his growth. By the way, after he left, do you know the growth of the iron-eating beast?" Lin Xiaozu also shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I told them that they can come to the Tzu breeding base for consultation at any time if they have any questions." Since he didn't come again, everything should be normal, right? How could it be normal? It's too abnormal. After a silence, Lin Hongnian said, "That Shi Yu and the iron-eating beast participated in the Xianmeng Mountain training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association a few days ago and won the first place." Lin Xiaozu was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Then, her beautiful eyes widened and said, "Impossible, the iron-eating beast only awakened to level 3 a month ago. At this level, I'm afraid it can't even beat a wild boar." Even if she was optimistic about the iron-eating beast and believed that the self-disciplined little iron-eating beast 11 would definitely be able to do something, she obviously didn't believe what her father said. How can there be such a growth rate? It's hard for me to believe it, but he will come to visit us soon, and then we will know. Lin Hongnian looked at the group of useless apprentices in the training ground. If only these people were half as good as Shi Yu's rumored performance. 6th level growth, mastery level hardening, learning Thunder Palm. It's incredible. Then, what about the fish? Lin Xiaozu asked another key question. Putting aside the absurd things, eating is the main thing. No, Lin Hongnian said. Let's wait for Shi Yu. Although they haven't met yet, he likes Shi Yu, the genius beastmaster, more than his own daughter. This is just like some parents who always talk about other people's children. He can't wait to see who this Shiyu and the iron-eating beast are. But I've told my mother that you will go together. Lin Xiaozu looked at his father strangely. His father stood up today? Dare to disobey the Queen Mother? Aren't you afraid of going back to sleep on the bamboo board at night? Lin Huangnian turned around calmly. Where are you going? Lin Xiaozu asked. Tell Shiyu to come back in the afternoon. I'm a little hungry. Afternoon. Shiyu stretched in anticipation after hearing from the martial arts apprentice that the master Lin Hongnian would be at the martial arts hall in the afternoon and someone would receive him when he visited. Well, let's find a place to have a good meal on the way there. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Shiyu started to leave. In order to save time, he still chose a taxi because he was rich and willful. After arriving near the martial arts hall, he randomly found a restaurant that looked quite high-end and ordered a bunch of dishes, including wild boar meat that he didn't eat last time. After eating and drinking, Shiyu glanced at the time. It was almost time, so he went directly to Hashi Martial Arts Hall. Outside Hashi Martial Arts Hall. Excuse me, is anyone here? Shiyu knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened and a person in familiar clothes opened the door. Shiyu looked down and said subconsciously, Panda learning? No. Lin Xiaozu, the breeder, the one who opened the door was Lin Xiaozu, who is wearing the same shorts and t-shirt as the panda. Hello, we meet again. Lin Xiaozu smiled and looked at Shiyu. Yes, Shiyu nodded. When he bought the iron-eating beast, he felt that Lin Xiaozu was not right. Later, he found out that the other party was actually Lin Huangnian's daughter. In short, it's another second-generation white rich beauty. Alice. He just got 10 million from Lu Qingyi, and now he has to get breeding resources from her. Sure enough, Shiyu's stomach is not very good and he is good at eating free meals. Speaking of which, it seems that his loan has not been paid off yet. He originally planned to pay it back monthly, so now, do I still have to pay it back? Come with me, my father is inside, Lin Xiaozu said, and began to lead the way. A moment later, Shiyu was invited into the reception room of the martial arts hall. At this time, Shiyu finally met the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, who was called by Chen Kai, Zhuang Yu and others as the best beast master in Pingcheng district. Sit down. Inside the house, Lin Hongnian, who was wearing a gray fighting suit, extended his hand to invite Shiyu to take a seat. Feeling the aura of the owner of the Lin Hongnian Pavilion, Shiyu thought to himself that he was an expert at first glance. Since he was an expert, he didn't know if his other pets had any rare skills. Shiyu sat down stiffly, and Lin Xiaozu, who brought him here, sat opposite him naturally. Lin Xiaozu still didn't believe what Lin Hongnian said about Shiyu's record. After all, 11 could be said to have been raised by her. Did she know what 11's strength was a month ago? Moreover, when she was eating, she also asked her father what was going on, but Lin Hongnian himself was ambiguous and couldn't answer. He only said that Shiyu had a special opportunity. Outrageous. Dr. Lu has already told me, if you plan to come to Hashi Martial Arts School to learn, I will teach you everything I know. However, based on my understanding, it seems that there is only so much I can teach you about the cultivation of iron-eating beasts. Among the cultivation methods for iron-eating beasts in Hashi Martial Arts School, the most valuable are undoubtedly the skill secrets of Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. In addition, special nutritional supplements and food, although very expensive, are obviously a little short of the value of the skill secrets, and there are many substitutes. Shiyu and the others have learned the Thunder Palm skill by themselves, so it is no wonder that Lin Hongnian said that there is not much left to teach. You are too polite. Shiyu said that he was just a newbie. How about this? From now on, the 3 training grounds of Hashi Martial Arts School are all open to you, and the training equipment can be used at will. Hashi Martial Arts School also provides all the resources for the cultivation of iron-eating beasts. Xiaozu should have given you the basic cultivation manual of iron-eating beasts. I will give you an advanced cultivation method for your reference later. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come to me for advice at any time, and you don't have to receive unified training in the martial arts school like other apprentices. What do you think? Geniuses should be treated in a special way. Shiyu's iron-eating beasts have mastered the mastery level hardening and thunder palm, so there is no need to do the daily training that ordinary apprentices do. Therefore, Lin Hongnian gave Shiyu many conveniences, which other apprentices, even his own daughter, could not enjoy at the beginning. Thank you, Master Lin, Shiyu said, this is quite suitable for me. Food and venue are provided, freedom is not restricted, and there is a master-level beast master who can ask questions at any time. This treatment is simply perfect. Well, it seems that the 10 million yuan can be used to buy supplements without reservation. The cultivation resources of 11 are solved. It's just that 11's appetite is a bit big. I don't know if the martial arts hall can bear it. Normally, it's okay, but I'm afraid that 11 will eat too much and eat twice as much. As for the food of the green cotton worm, it's not everywhere outside. It seems that joining this 11th bureau is indeed the right choice, otherwise I might still be recuperating at this time. If I understand correctly, your Iron Eater has learned the Thunder Palm. In addition, the proficiency of the hardening skill has also reached a mastery level. Shiyu nodded. Yes, Lin Ziazu, Cap. The more you talk, the more outrageous it is. Then let's focus on training the Thunder Palm skill first. The difficulty of learning Thunder Palm is lower than that of Cannon Fist. If you want to learn Cannon Fist, my suggestion is to master Thunder Palm first. Shiyu nodded. Indeed, it's hard to eat too much. He can't add points to these skills of the Iron Eater. As for Cannon Fist, forget it. Normal iron-eating beasts may lack this skill, but his iron-eating beasts have it at all. A similar skill like Thunder Palm is enough, and there is no need to add a Fire Cannon Fist to increase the attack surface. Even if there is such a demand, it must be waiting for more advanced skills to be included in the future. There are few records about Thunder Palm in the outside world. Next, I will take you to the training ground and explain the Thunder Palm skill to you in detail. Before that, I will also introduce you to other apprentices. When you come to the martial arts hall in the future, you will inevitably come into contact with them. As for the various training facilities in the martial arts hall, let Ziazu take you to familiarize yourself with them later. Lin Ziazu had many questions, but he didn't dare to interrupt too much when his father was talking. Family brotherhood, mother is greater than father and greater than her, it is very real. Speaking of which, Master Lin Hongnian looked at Shiyu. Although I've heard Yanqi talk about your situation, I still don't seem to know much about your situation. Do you mind having a real fight with the apprentices of our martial arts school so that I can understand your specific situation? Okay, Lin Ziazu answered for Shiyu. A real fight is good. She also wants to see what the current situation of Shiyu and his friends is. Greek letter Omega? Fight. Shiyu was very calm. I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 50, The Power of Thunder Palm. Zhashi Martial Arts School is very large, with 3 gymnasium-sized training grounds alone. However, there are quite few apprentices in the school at this time. Normally, only apprentices at the trainee level will live in the school and receive strict training. Lin Huangnian took Shiyu to a rooftop of a training ground and said, "This is the basic training ground, for the apprentices of the school and the iron-eating beasts to have after-meal activities." Below, the beast masters and the iron-eating beasts around them were jogging and warming up on the artificial lawn. The beast masters were fine, but the giant pandas were reluctant and kept crying. They had just finished lunch and it was lunch break time. It would be too much of a bully for the pandas to run directly. However, they had no choice but to follow the mandatory orders of the beastmasters. The iron-eating beasts are lazy in character. This needs to be slowly changed in daily training, otherwise it will be easy to have big problems when they really have to fight, Lin Huangnian said. Lin Ziazu said beside him, but 11 should be very self-disciplined, right? Shiyu nodded. Yes, generally speaking, it will not eat unless it completes a certain amount of training, otherwise it will not feel at ease eating. Lin Huangnian? He looked at Lin Ziazu. There is such an iron-eating beast? Lin Ziazu also turned her head unexpectedly. Why does this sound even more outrageous than when it was in the breeding base? What did Shiyu do to 11 afterwards? She looked at Shiyu. Ahem, Shiyu looked innocent. Maybe he gave 11 too many cheats and stimulated it? 11, plus, it is shameful to get something for nothing. The Beastmaster gave the cheats, and you have to make up for the sweat by training hard. After the warm-up, they will conduct basic hardening training here, in pairs, practicing with each other. Lin Huangnian looked down again. Hardening versus hardening, saving a lot of steel plate money, unlike 11, who can only use gravity and steel plates to train hardening strength. Their iron-eating beasts are basically at level 8 to 10. I will just pick the strongest one among them for you, Lin Huangnian continued. Pick the strongest one at random? Human words? At the moment, The 10 martial arts apprentices in the training ground below have just finished warming up and are about to start basic hardening training in pairs. Under the organization of a tall young man with a flat head, they quickly divided into groups. Jiang Rui, at this time, the head of the gym Lin Hongnian called out. The tall flat-headed young man Jiang Rui, who had just organized the other apprentices to divide into groups, looked up. "Let's go down," Lin Hongnian said. After a while, they came to the training ground below. "Master Lin, what's wrong?" Jiang Rui and other apprentices looked over. They looked at Lin Hongnian and Shiyu, but quickly moved away and focused their attention on Senior Sister Panda. Great, Senior Sister Panda came to the martial arts gym again today, and the training suddenly became more motivated. Teenagers of this age are in a very hazy stage about the opposite sex. After boring training day after day, they really need something to heal their hearts. Lin Ziazu, the daughter of Lin Hongnian, is a famous genius with outstanding appearance. With a giant panda t-shirt that highlights her talent, she is the goddess of all the apprentices. Even the 2 girls among the 10 apprentices secretly envy Lin Ziazu's figure. They looked down at themselves and couldn't help feeling sad. "Your training will be suspended for a while," Lin Hongnian said. "Let me introduce you. This is Shiyu. He will come to the martial arts hall to study next." Swish. 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 Everyone looked at Shiyu. They were wondering who he was just now. It turned out to be a newcomer to the martial arts hall. Newcomers are good. After the newcomers who can't adapt to the intensity of training quickly are scolded by the owner, not them. This wave is called shifting firepower. Everyone's status in the martial arts hall is instantly increased by 1. Everyone likes Shiyu, and the martial arts hall environment is happy. "Hello everyone," Shiyu also has a kind expression. Everyone nodded, and Jiang Rui said, "My name is Jiang Rui. If you have any questions, you can come to me later." "Jiang Rui, don't organize the training yet. Let's have a fight with Shiyu," Lin Hongnian said. Jiang Rui is the most outstanding among the 10 apprentices, so when Lin Hongnian and other martial arts teachers are not there, the basic training is basically led by Jiang Rui. "Me," Jiang Rui pointed at himself and said unexpectedly. "It's you. If you lose, you and the iron-eating beast will have to double the training." Jiang Rui's heart skipped a beat, but he soon realized that he was just guiding a newcomer. How could he lose? "Okay," he nodded quickly. As for the other apprentices, they showed an expression of "why not me?" They understood what Master Lin meant. Wasn't it just to give the newcomer a warning, so that he could understand the strength of the apprentices in the martial arts hall? At the same time, Master Lin might also want to know the situation of this newcomer. They can do it too. How could Jiang Rui snatch away this opportunity to show the results of training in front of the master and senior sister and show a mighty image in front of the newcomer? Damn, I'm so envious. Because Shiyu and Jiang Rui were going to fight, everyone's training was temporarily stopped, which made the apprentices and the iron-eating beasts secretly happy. At Lin Hongnian's signal, irrelevant people dispersed and went to the side to watch the battle, leaving a place for the 2 to fight. "Shiyu, send out your pet," Jiang Rui said warmly, and then the iron-eating beast beside him came out. Because it was warming up just now, this iron-eating beast had been outside. This is a big rolling beast with a body length of 1.45 meters. The growth level should be much higher than 11. "Okay," Shiyu nodded and communicated with a beast control space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, because of the ripples in the surrounding space, a weak airflow blew up nearby, and the fake grass on the ground swayed. In front of Shiyu, the light spots that appeared out of thin air outlined the transparent summoning diagram array in full view. In the ripples like the surface of the water, 11 walked out in a daze. It came outside and looked up at the big man in front of it. 11's current normal height, without multiplication, is only 1 meter. Compared with Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast, he is obviously still a child. Infant stage. At this time, with the appearance of 11, the martial arts apprentices who have trained iron-eating beasts immediately judged 11's growth level. It seems that he is only awakened to level 6. He is indeed a newbie. Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast, which has awakened to level 10 and mastered the skilled level hardening, may not be able to win easily. "You attack first," Jiang Rui said after a silence. If they attack directly, Master Lin will not be able to check the strength of this newcomer very well, so let the newcomer take over. 11, Shiyu did not say politely and directly ordered 11 to attack. In an instant, 11 rushed towards the iron-eating beast on the opposite side. "Block it," Zhang Rui is very confident in the hardening strength of his own iron-eating beast. Although, this little iron-eating beast looks very explosive, it is only in its infancy after all. Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast, like a show of skill, stood still. Buzz! It directly chose to harden its whole body and wait for the arrival of the small iron-eating beast. With the power and hardening strength of the small iron-eating beast, it is impossible to cause harm to it, Zhang Rui is very sure. In fact, it is true. Even though Xiyu knows that the hardening strength of 11 is definitely higher than that of this iron-eating beast, he is not sure whether 11 can use hardening to seriously injure the opponent. The reason is that in terms of basic quality, although 11's skill proficiency is very high, its strength is definitely not as good as that of this level 10 iron-eating beast. With only hardening strength, the power cannot keep up with the opponent, and the attack will obviously not cause much damage. However, 11 does not only have hardening to use against the enemy at this time. Zizzy. Zzzzzzzzzzzz. The sound was like 1,000 birds singing together. Intermediate skill, Thunder Palm. Under the illumination of lightning, 11's whole body was still in the glare, particularly dazzling. This scene made Zhang Rui lose the ability to think on the spot, and also made the other apprentices lose the ability to think. They stared with their eyes wide open, feeling incredible, because this skill would never appear on an iron-eating beast below the extraordinary level. Under the condensation of high-intensity electric current, 11's palm now has a strong penetrating power like a sharp blade, which is more suitable for attacking than hardening. At this time, because the skilled hardening cannot move in the state of full-body hardening, Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast can only watch the thunder palm with electric current penetrate. It's too late to cancel the hardening to avoid it at this time. With a bang, under the roar of thunder and lightning, the blue and white electric light intertwined suddenly surged all over Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast, penetrating the hardening and madly eroding its body. Bang 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 bang. The next second, the electric current burst through the whole body, and the iron-eating beast was paralyzed. Its body tilted down subconsciously. Although it had not lost its ability to fight, it was obviously seriously injured. Except for the silent Lin Hongyan, all the other martial arts apprentices, including Lin Xiaozu, opened their mouths and looked at the cautiously retreating little iron-eating beast. They couldn't believe it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.